Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, guys? Let me know in the chat. And of course, as usual, I want everybody to let me know where you're watching from. Welcome back to another Ryan Hall Y'all stream. Unfortunately, we are gathered here today to watch another, unfortunately, it seems like maybe another tornado outbreak unfold here in the southern U.S. So, of course, we do want to see where everybody's watching from. That way we can get an idea of, where to kind of pinpoint our radars and stuff today. We got a little bit of everybody from a little bit of everywhere. But hopefully we've got people watching for sure from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, portions of Florida, and all the way over there into Georgia, because tonight it's going to be a long night. We have a pretty large area of potential severe weather, and the ingredients that are in place for severe weather today are honestly they're high. Like the ceiling's high for the impact that this event could have. So let's not dwell on that too much, though. Because there's always a chance that we're wrong. There's always a chance that the storm isn't as bad as forecast. So let's hope for the best here, but prepare for the worst, especially if we are in some of the affected areas that I'm getting ready to show you. First of all, We just had a tornado warning before I started the stream. That warning has been allowed to expire. The one down here in central Louisiana, this supercell has been chugging along, man, and it looks like a classic monster, but it doesn't have enough tight rotation yet to really produce a tornado. Right now, it's a big-time hailer, though. You see that black dot in the middle of the storm there? That's never good. We're talking about golf ball size hail, or better, moving towards the 165 highway corridor between Oakdale and Glenmora in Louisiana. Okay, so get ready for that. And then we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Louisiana, moving into western portions of Mississippi. Vicksburg, you're getting ready to get in on a big hailstorm. Winsboro, all the way down here towards Alexandria. You guys are all getting ready to get hit by a big storm as these lines, this line of supercells is really starting to get its act together in Louisiana. And guys, this is going to track eastward overnight. And unfortunately, conditions are going to get worse, much worse, probably around sunset. Because what's happening is, we've got a crazy amount of what I like to call nadir juice. Okay, some people don't like it when I say that, but it makes sense, right? But if a storm's going to produce a tornado, the more nadir juice that it has, the more it can drink, the more likely it is that it produces a tornado. The amount of nadir juice that we have tonight is high, and there's nothing stopping these storms from drinking it. This supercell, for example, is going to just freely wander eastward tonight, all the way until, who knows, midnight, something like that. And along the way, there's nothing stopping it. There's no big time convection down here that's going to, destruct it. It's kind of like the perfect balance for a supercell. And whenever it stops having the major hail threat, it's going to convert into having a major tornado threat. Same thing for this one and any new one that pops up out here. That's what we're concerned about. And that's why the moderate risk for severe weather today looks like it does. So let me show you that on the Radar Omega thing here. Hopefully a lot of you guys are tracking along with me on the Radar Omega app. You can get it on your iOS or Android phone. You guys have heard me talk about this before. There's a link in the description if you want it. There's your moderate risk. You see that? We've got a 15% hatched risk for tornadoes in this. That's the same level risk that we had the other day, the day before yesterday, when those monster tornadoes went through Mississippi. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to have a repeat of that today, and having an equal risk does not mean that. But it does mean that conditions are favorable for something like that to maybe happen again in a neighborhood or in a community in that red zone. Additionally, we've got the orange zone around it, the enhanced risk. We want everybody in those areas to pay attention to the weather today as well. And the farther east you go, the later into the night this problem persists, all right? And we're going to see severe weather all the way into Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina late tonight. And that's going to, I mean, this is just going to be a problem that we deal with for the next several hours. But the hot zone, the most problematic zone is going to be down here in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, as we do have this, once again, this line of supercells that's just going to float eastward along this boundary. And at some point, several of these storms, or at least one of these storms, will become tornadic. I mean, there's just no way that it doesn't. These are riding the warm front. Whenever the sun sets, that low-level jet is going to really start kicking up, and we will see some problems with tornadoes today. And that's why we have storm chasers out there, okay? You guys see Brad Arnold's face right there. You can't miss it. Can't miss his face. If you click on him in the Radar Omega app, you can also see his stream. Sorry if that was really loud. But you can see his stream right there in the app, and look at where he is. He is right here because he expects by the time these storms get to where he is, they're going to be producing tornadoes. That's why he is where he is. So keep that in mind. And once again, remember, don't be scared, be prepared. You want to have a plan in place if you live in southern Mississippi today, or if you live in south central Alabama, all the way over here to western Georgia as well. You know, we don't want to just remember, storms don't know boundaries. They can go outside of the red zone. They can go outside of the orange zone if they want to. And yeah, that's what we're thinking about there. So make sure you have a plan in place. Know what you're going to do when that warning comes through. You and your whole family need to go over your tornado action plan right now. That way, whenever the warning does happen, you're not freaked out, you're not scared, and you just you know exactly what to do. And whenever you're prepared, you make more sound decisions and less rash ones, if that makes sense. Yeah, by the way, we got a new tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch just came out. I'm retweeting this on Twitter if you guys want to help me spread the word on this. We've got 1.7 million people under a tornado watch. And once again, this is a high-level tornado watch. It's not a PDS watch, but we've got 80% probability of tornadoes, and we've got a 60% significant tornado probability.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
This is almost a PDS tornado watch. And look at the wording once again. Several tornadoes likely. Several tornadoes likely.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And that's once again, they don't use several and likely a lot very often. So make sure you guys are ready to potentially deal with several tornadoes tonight, all the way through 11 p.m. Central. That's when that tornado watch comes to an end. This includes Vicksburg, Jackson, Philadelphia, Meridian.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Brookhaven, Hattiesburg, and of course Laurel and Mississippi. So thank goodness it's a little bit south of the area that was hit last or the other day, but pretty daggone close actually. Vicksburg is where
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Daggone. There's not that many new watches being issued. We're having a slight problem where stuff it shows up twice. But we're going to look at the bright side and say that the reason that's happening is so that we get everybody's attention and you get two chances to see the latest information. But anyways, Vicksburg is just to the south of Rolling Fork, which was absolutely devastated by a tornado the other day. That's actually where I'm going to be staying this week. Right after I end this stream, we're hopping in the y'all van or the y'all bus, whatever you want to call it, which we have loaded down with supplies, and we're going to go down there and we're going to help some people out. So yeah, that's where we're going. So that is what is on the board today. Make sure you guys help me spread the word on that. Twitter.com @NWS Tornado, or you can go to my page @Ryan Hall, y'all. I just retweeted it. We currently have no tornado warnings, which is great. But we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings, including a couple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And by the way, I do want to give you a view of our storm chasing situation. Today, we do have several storm chasers. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Anyways, we have several storm chasers. We got Brad Arnold, we got Brett Adair, we got Chris Hall, and then, of course, we've got some virtual RAILFAN cameras down there giving us a view of different areas around the country. So Brad Arnold and Brett Adair are kind of storm chasing today, right? They are actually storm chasing. And then what we're dealing with Chris Hall is he's in Sharkey County, Mississippi. He's up there in Rolling Fork, and he's actually going to be giving us a view of the damage down there today and just giving us an update on what he's learned about. Chris has been in the area that got devastated by an EF4 tornado since the moment it went through. He was there a minute after the tornado went through. He was helping people. He drove a bunch of people to the hospital, and then he went right back, and he's been helping out ever since. And he's going to be down there when I get down there to help me help people by, making sure everything's set up for us to deploy all the resources and everything that we have. So Chris is doing big things today, even though he's not directly going after a thunderstorm. What is there something wrong with what's supposed to be above me here? And it's not. Okay, all right. All right, sweet. Okay, so that's what's going on with the storm chasers. And let's actually get an update from a couple of them. Brett, we are live on YouTube. Just wanted to get an update from you, see what your plan was for today. And yeah, just get back to me whenever you can. Where's old Brad? Brad Arnold. Mr. Brad Arnold, we're live on YouTube. Just give us an update, what you're thinking about, what your plan is, and all that good stuff whenever you get a chance. And then Chris, whenever you get a chance, give us an update on what your situation is, and then maybe go ahead and start driving around, and we'll let you give us a tour of Rolling Fork there and just explain what's going on, the latest news that you've heard and all that good stuff. Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, in southern Alabama, currently Highway 84 corridor moving in the general direction of Laurel, Mississippi for the afternoon and evening. Monitoring these cells coming out of Louisiana to see what ends up going dominant. Got some down near Hattiesburg as well, and then a few up near Jackson, Mississippi. So kind of positioning in the middle and getting ready for whatever may transpire in just a little bit. But just crossed the Clark County, Alabama county line here on Highway 84 West.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I'm in Rolling Fork. I've been here most of the day. I'm currently waiting on Marco's Patriots so we can get some stuff set up prior to this rain. But as you can see already, the rain is moving in, and the thunder is rolling in Rolling Fork. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning with these little showers coming through town. Here shortly. As soon as they get here, I'm going to go on down the road and I will take you all down some streets of Rolling Fork. As of right now, I've not heard much at all as the way of news, but I can tell you one thing, that supplies are flowing in to this town. They have a lot of water. They're getting a lot of help, a lot of heavy equipment moving into town. This is a small town. And you can look in front of me at the amount of traffic in this town, Ryan. Just a huge outpour of support for this little small town. It just makes you feel good to know that a lot of people are responding here, and there's just a lot of good people left, and everybody here is in good spirits still. You wouldn't think a lot of people would be after a natural disaster, but these people are still in good spirits, and they're smiling everywhere they go.
Hey, Ryan. I am in Brookhaven, Mississippi. Heading west right now on Highway 84, I believe is the highway. We're headed over towards the Natchez area, right on the Mississippi River. Our plan today, we're going to sit smack dab right in the middle of this warm front. That's going to be the main area where we're going to see possible tornado potential, possibly even significant tornado potential. It looks like we've probably got about another hour or so before those that low-level wind shear really kicks in. But once that happens, you'll be able to notice it on radar. Those storms will really start to spin. Right now, it appears like the main threat is hail, but we're going to get over to Natchez and be able to actually see the storms that are coming over from Louisiana.
Okay, there you go. That's your updates from our guys down there on the front lines, our storm chasers who have just been incredibly valuable to everybody over the past month. March 2nd, Brad, sniffed out that tornado that was unwarned, and it allowed us to be able to show that. And then last night, or not last night, things have just happened so quickly here recently. I've got it all mixed up. But the other day, Brad was the one that told us that he felt the RFD surge kind of like loft into
tornado warning has been issued.
The storm that just literally a couple of minutes later produced the rolling fork EF4, potentially even EF5. We are so thankful to have the storm chasers working with us, and we've got a new tornado warning here. Let's see here. This is for Covington County, Alabama. So I want to emphasize once again, we're watching these storms way back here in Louisiana closely because those are probably going to be our show stealers later tonight. But look, we've got tornado warnings popping up right here in daggone Alabama, near Florida. So the risk area is far and wide today. And that's what we're dealing with there. We've got a tornado warning for Covington, Alabama. That is going to go until 9:45 So if you're in Shiloh, Huckaville, or Red Oak in Alabama, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is a dangerous situation. The tornado threat today is high. I'm telling you, we don't want to disregard any any warnings tonight. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning at any point tonight, there's a chance that we see big time hail, like really damaging hail and damaging winds. And if you're under a tornado warning tonight of any caliber, these storms are nasty and they do have the potential to produce big time tornadoes. So keep that in mind, y'all, please. Let me see. I'm going to pull up a couple different things on my end, just so I have more data at the helm. If you're not familiar with the setup here, I am in front of a plethora of monitors. So whenever you see me looking around like this, I'm not, I actually have to do that to see all of the the information that's coming in around me. All right, let's come in and let's really inspect our storm here. We don't want to leave anything unturned. This is definitely it's rotating. Okay, I don't see any crazy rotation, but there's definitely a couplet here, and there could be a tornado forming somewhere to the south and west of Shiloh in Alabama. And I would be pretty concerned if I'm in Huckaville or Stedman in Alabama. So please take shelter there, y'all. It's crazy how far and wide reaching the storms are today. We've even got severe storms up here near Columbus, Georgia already. One of the things that we've got to think about is so this supercell right here, the one that's been causing our tornado warnings throughout the day, is so powerful that it's put so much moisture in the air that there's a huge, anvil cloud that's literally covering all of Mississippi. So this thing is literally blown up like a bomb. We have this huge, cloud that's covering Mississippi, which might actually deter some of the future growth of potential new supercells. I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. You see this little thing right here? Watch how that blew up earlier. This would have turned into a big, nasty tornado-producing supercell if it hadn't got choked off by the exhaust from this big, nasty supercell, okay? So one of the things that we can hope for in a setup like tonight where the dynamics are so certain, like I'm telling you guys, like this is Tornado 101, like there's more than likely going to be a tornado tonight. The the one of the things that we can hope for is that there is only one supercell that's capable of producing them, because it's kind of taken up all of the energy available. This one is being a hog right now, okay, and it's sucking up all that Gulf of Mexico moisture, throwing it into the air, and then just kind of killing the environment out to the east of it, which is great. But unfortunately, whenever that low-level jet kicks in later tonight, that's not going to matter anymore. As long as there are supercells around, there will be enough spin in the atmosphere to produce tornadoes for sure. But that's one thing that we can hope for as we go later into the night. There's always a fail mode. There's always a way for things to go right or wrong, depending on how you look at it. If you're a storm chaser, I guess it could be wrong. But there's always a way for these potential tornado-producing storms to not produce tornadoes. Most of the lower level cloud layer is getting swept away. I saw that in the chat. That's true. The storms are feeding from down here. So as long as it remains clear, there's going to be plenty of energy for the storms to feed off of. No tornado warnings right now. All eyes are on this supercell, though. This thing has looked classic the entire day. We got kind of worried about it right here. We thought that it might curl up, and it kind of did. That's why there was a tornado warning that was eventually issued. But it's still not gotten to the point to where we're overly concerned about the tornadic threat. But I'm telling you guys, this thing's going to turn from a hail threat to a tornado threat soon. And I think we got a new, we don't have a new tornado warning, but we do have an existing tornado warning over here in Alabama that is going to continue for the next several minutes. I appreciate you guys for sending in your reports on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to send me something, I'm seeing all of your photos and videos. It really does help me tell the story. If you want to send me something, send it to me on Twitter. That's the best way to get me to show it. Because I'm just looking at Twitter the entire time. It's a great site for breaking news. So that's what I use it for mostly. Oh, yeah, and here's a little preview of what we're doing, or what I've been doing today. I woke up early this morning, and we've been busy today already as well. We're loading up this trailer full of supplies, and we're going to take it down there to Mississippi. Not only do we have a ton of useful supplies like generators, chainsaws, toilet paper, really anything that you could think of. We are also loading up over 500 weather radios from Midland. We're going to hand out to the fire department, local police, whatever, so that they can distribute to the citizens down there. Now, we're pretty busy with this today, So, yeah, that's what we worked on today. We how much did we spend? Like $25,000, something like that. $25,000 at our local stores today. They were freaking out. They were like, "What? What are you doing?" And then we put about $20,000 worth of those weather radios in there too, and we're just getting started. There's a lot more we're going to do once we get down there. So thank you all for allowing us or giving us the ability to do that. I'm really hoping we don't have to go farther south. One of the things that could happen tonight is another situation where we have a devastating tornado somewhere because of this new tornado situation, and that's why I'm live right now. And we had a damaging tornado in Georgia earlier, like actually like at 6 a.m. this morning. It looked like a pretty significant one down there as well. So that might be an indicator of what we see tonight when that low-level jet really starts ramping up. Oh, yeah, and the reason we put the weather radios in there is because one of the most common things that we've heard so far from people in the areas that were, their house got destroyed, a lot of people were saying that they didn't hear the tornado sirens. So I think it's just going to make people feel better to have a weather radio in their house because you don't have to rely on the tornado siren because you essentially have a tornado siren in your house if you have one of those radios. So. Hopefully that'll ease some of the anxiety that comes along with, a post-tornado situation. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live coverage of a severe weather outbreak tonight in Mississippi, Alabama, and pretty much the entire southern extent of the Deep South. We've got one tornado warning for Covington County, Alabama. We're hoping that everybody's in their safe spot down here. We do have a broad couplet moving into Pikeville, Alabama. No reports of an actual tornado down. This is a precautionary warning, and we want you in your safe spot just in case it decides to put one down in the next little bit. Yeah, I saw that. There was a tornado earlier today that hit. Was it a zoo? It was so a tornado hit a zoo in Georgia earlier, and there was at least one tiger on the loose. Obviously, it's terrible that the tornado hit, but I thought that was a fascinating thing. Something else that's fascinating is Pettis Weather here has posted a side-by-side comparison of the Mayfield tornado radar imagery and the Amory tornado from Mississippi the other night. Remarkably similar. Arguably, the Mayfield supercell definitely looks more like your traditional, it looks like the Radar Omega app. You know what I'm saying? It looks more traditional. But they definitely look very, very similar on radar. Both of them scary, nasty, dangerous storms. There's tigers in that storm, literally. You guys ever seen that video? Waddy says, I understand precautionary warnings, but when you get enough of them without an actual tornado, can't that lead to a boy who cried wolf situation? Yes, absolutely. I talk to people every day who, not every day, but like anytime there's a tornado, myself and our team gets heavily involved with the aftermath. We're always talking to people who have just been through tornadoes. And I'll tell you, the number one thing that we hear every time is like, yeah, I knew there was a tornado warning, but when isn't there a tornado warning? I've been under probably 100 tornado warnings in my life, and I've never seen a tornado. So why should I have thought this one was any different? And I'm always like, wow, like, yeah, I get it. But that's why I think that following somebody, and it doesn't have to be me. This is not a plug for myself. It could be your favorite TV weatherman. It could be, whoever is like qualified to do this on any level based on, experience or education, whatever. Following somebody who knows how to interpret the data and really relay the differences to you between like this supercell and that supercell, and here's why this tornado warning you might need to take a little bit more seriously than others that you've experienced in the past. I think it's really important for the communicator to be a part of the warning system. Okay, so I'm seeing, I don't know where Reed is, but I'm seeing what you guys are saying. Where is Reed?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning. I'm going to assume that that's going to be over here. Yeah, radar indicated. Okay, one second, guys. There's a new tornado warning for Allen Parish and Rapides Parish in Louisiana. Okay, and
a new tornado warning has been issued.
There is a storm chaser right now in Oakdale, Louisiana, who is confirming a tornado. Yeah, there's a storm chaser in Oakdale, Louisiana, confirming a tornado. Not in Oakdale, but he's looking north up here towards Elizabeth. Okay, so this is actually producing a tornado right now. It doesn't look, honestly, it doesn't look extremely, impressive on velocity right now. But I saw it, and this is producing a tornado somewhere near Elizabeth, and it's going to continue to move up to the north and east. This is not good news. Remember earlier today, I was talking about how today's going to work. We have all of this rotation. We have all of these supercells that are going to be racing east into more favorable conditions. The fact that this is already producing tornadoes is not a good sign. Things are only going to get more intense as the night goes on. So get ready if you're in Glenmora and Forest Hill. You guys need to be taking shelter. Also over here towards Turkey Creek and Cheneyville, you guys need to be thinking about what you're going to do when that next warning comes through if this thing cycles up a new tornado. Now, the tornado that was reported that was seen, it wasn't a big one, but it looked like maybe potentially the start of a big one. This is going to be a cyclic. This is going to be like a supercells that cycles. So we'll see multiple tornadoes drop out of this thing. Oh, wow. Yeah. And yeah, Timmer has debris on his stream now. So some damage was produced from this tornado. It's not It doesn't look to me like it's a huge one, but I mean, like it's going to be soon. You know what I mean? So this is pretty bad news if you're in the path over here. Once again, this is Allen Parish and Rapides Parish in Louisiana. The one in Alabama has been allowed to expire, so we're going to focus on this one over here. The tornado is somewhere just to the east of Elizabeth, and now it's moving towards Pawnee, Pearl, and Blanche. There is damage on Highway 10. I'm seeing video of damage on Highway 10. Yeah, Reed Timmer, he's live on YouTube. He won't let me show his stream anymore. You guys should try to talk him into letting me working with me again. But that's fine. You guys can go over there and we can dual view this together. Once again, Reed Timmer, he's losing signal. He's in a bad spot, but I'm pretty sure he's had a tornado on the ground, and we saw debris through his stream. All right, I've got a bunch of information that I'm trying to read here. But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we got Allen Parish, Evangeline Parish, and Rapides Parish in Louisiana under a tornado warning. We've got visual confirmation on a tornado. Now, the National Weather Service still has this as a radar-indicated tornado. Maybe the visual confirmation wasn't enough for them. Maybe it has since lifted, but still, I would just assume that a tornado is still on the ground here in Pawnee and Blanche as the storm approaches me, and I get into my safe spot. Also, I think that this polygon is probably just a tad bit too far, angled to the north and east. So even in Cypress Creek, Turkey Creek, I would be ready to potentially take shelter over there soon as well. Reed and I are still friends. He just likes to do his own thing. He's everybody's got to do what they think's best for them. So don't give him a hard time about it. But you can still see his stream, like he's on YouTube. Tornado, large but weaker. Okay, so there's also a video from him on Twitter. I'm going to retweet it. Tornado is large but weaker west of Oakdale, Louisiana. So this thing's still down. And once again, I want to really emphasize that this is not good. The fact that this thing is already making contact with the ground and it only looks like this, on radar. It means that I'm telling you guys, for the next several hours, we're going to be talking about this thing, and it's going to probably put down several tornadoes to the east. So here's the thing. I mean, everybody to the east of this storm and to pretty much to the east of any of these storms here needs to be hyper weather aware over the next little bit. But specifically, this supercell, let me look at the track on it here. Yeah, this supercell is going to try to produce a tornado sometime over the next 2 hours near Turkey Creek, Clearwater, Haas, Cheneyville, Bunkie, Cottonport, and Moraville and Mansura in Louisiana, potentially all the way down to Brossard as well, and St. Landry. So anywhere in this general vicinity here needs to be hyper weather aware over the next hour or so. Because look, there's nothing stopping this thing from growing into a literal monster. Oh yeah, and that's clear as day. There's a tornado on that storm from Reed's view. You see the little hook here, tight rotation there at the surface. Not even that visible on radar. St. Laundry, I'm sorry. Welcome to the Ryan Hall, y'all show. I mean, it's part of it, guys. I am going to say your county name wrong. I'm going to say your city name wrong. But as long as you get the gist, I've done my job. And I'm not doing it out of disrespect, I promise. I'm just kind of dumb. I wonder if Andy can hear me. Andy, can you hear me? Are you listening? Is Andy in the room with me right now? We've changed things up a little bit since he's dual streaming. I'm going to get his attention. Andy, can you come over on Zello? I'm not Zello, but I mean Zoom.
Yeah, I'm here, Ryan. What you need?
Andy,
okay, Ryan, I'm on Zoom now.
Okay. So why don't you give us all a brief explanation here? Because I've got tons of people who are curious about why we're seeing the tornado reports come out of from some of the chasers down here on the storm near Oakdale, but the velocity doesn't look too great. You got any updates for us on that?
Yeah, I could try. So it is tough, but actually I have a parallel to give. There was a storm basically in the same area, a few months ago in the winter season, and the velocities looked like nothing then as well. But there's actually a damage, like a tornado debris signature, back in December sometime. I'm sure the residents in and around Woodworth and Alexandria remember that one. But man, I like the velocities sometimes are hard to see based on your proximity to radar. And if that happens, depending on where the beam is going versus where the winds are showing up, it can be tough to see. But if you look at the scan now, you can tell there's this big area of red showing up here. And that definitely tells me that this storm is rotating, no matter how difficult it is to see. And it has the potential to produce damage. So that's probably why we saw it. And, if you see a funnel cloud and it's really thin, so if Reed saw a really thin cone tornado, for example, it's very possible that the resolution of these radars is, not good enough. It's not fine enough to actually see it show up because it's so small. So that's my best guess at it. And it should go to tell you that these, when there's a tornado warning, the cell is dangerous no matter what shows up on the radar.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you very much, Andy. So that's what's going on there. Lots of different storms and ways that they present themselves popping up over the past couple of days. And I don't even think we have a tornado warning now. We've got the National Weather Service did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Rapides Parish all the way up through Avoyelles Parish. I know I butchered that one. I'm sorry. and Evangeline Parish in central Louisiana. But we will probably see a new tornado warning be issued here soon. So this is another example where storm chasers are incredibly invaluable here because the radar's not telling us the whole story, I believe. So we definitely want to be watching this one closely over towards Turkey Creek, Bunkie, and Cheyenneville as the storm moves to the east. Now, this big giant area right here is still dangerous, even if it's not producing a tornado right now. South and east of Glenmora, we've got big time hail, golf ball size hail or bigger, moving over to the east once again towards Meeker, Cheyenneville, Bunkie, and Echo in Louisiana. Let's see. I'm trying to look at some of these other storms too. Oof. Dang. That one. Let me put this into motion here. Yeah, we're going to have to watch this one pretty hard. The storm that's moving towards Jackson, Mississippi also is going to try to do something here soon. I don't know if it's going to put down a tornado, but it's definitely ramping up. This one's still ramping up big time. The one moving towards Turkey Creek. The one that just moved past Alexandria is ramping up. All these supercells are really starting to ramp up, and we're going to see lots of more tornado warnings as we go through the next little bit. Still got severe storms and rotating storms all up and down Alabama into Georgia as well. Nothing crazy just yet, but things will once again get more intense as we go through the night. We are expecting some of these storms to produce tornadoes even out in front of our main supercell cluster, which is back here. And the number one storm, the most interesting area, I guess, of concern is going to be right here around Pawnee right now, where there may be a tornado trying to happen right now. Cheyeneville? Okay, my bad. I said Cheyenneville. Cheyeneville. That one's a pretty big difference. Sorry, I'm reading again. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of stuff that I have to read while I do this. Man, this thing looks nasty on radar. And it is going to produce another tornado. Just don't know when or where just yet. Robert, thank you. How does Southeast Louisiana look? Covington area, just above New Orleans. Let's see. I think you guys are okay. I think that you definitely got a chance for some strong storms tonight, but the strongest storms will be to your north. Just stay weather aware for until midnight or so. Joan says, after what I saw on Friday night, I got one of those weather radios Yeah. That's honestly, I've got one. I've got them in all the rooms of the house. So just like a smoke detector, you know what I mean? Let's see. Cap, thanks for that. Fitzy, thank you. William, thank you. And Alex, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Big day today. Potentially, yes. Potentially. We're hoping for the best. We're preparing for the worst. We've seen how things can go when the high level tornado threats are forecast in the last stream. Hopefully today we see how wrong weather people are. A lot of weather people, they hate it when they're like, oh, the weatherman's always wrong. I love it, especially when we're wrong about tornadoes. So we're hoping that that's the case today. But otherwise, the parameter space is incredibly high for potential big-time tornadoes. So make sure you are taking every warning very seriously today. We've got a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out there today, mainly for damaging winds and big-time hail. These are producing large hail tonight. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here in south of Chicago in Illinois as well. This is for 1 inch in diameter hail. So big time hail getting ready to move through Wilmington, Illinois, Simerton, Wilton Center, Wilton, Manhattan, and Elwood. This is actually probably going to go up towards the southern burbs of Chicago. We're talking Tinley Park, Harvey, all the way over here to Hammond and Gary. You guys are going to get in on some hailers over the next hour or two. Do moderators pass good comments on to Ryan? Yeah, sometimes, but a lot of times I just glance over at chat and I just pick the one that I can see. It's hard to see it all the time. The ones that light up big and colorful, obviously those are easier to see, but I also try to find some hidden gems in here too. Zoom out more. Todd says zoom out more. Yes, sir. Let's see here. Let me give you a broad view of everything right now. Is that enough? I'm being mean. Probably shouldn't. You're probably not talking about that much. All right. Yeah, there you go. The lights are green. Therefore, it is time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. I'm going to tell you right now, since we don't have any active tornado warnings, about this storm that's headed towards Jackson, Mississippi in particular. Look at the velocities and look at the hail. And that hail core there is nasty. That is wind-driven hail. That's golf ball size hail you can see right here. This is golf ball, and that's going to be thrown forward, maybe 60, even 70 miles an hour right towards the Jackson, Mississippi metro at the moment. I think this is our most alarming storm in terms of doing severe damage at the moment. And if it does happen to spin up a tornado here, it's got the really dynamic winds here to do exactly that. So this is a storm that bears our utmost attention right now, I think, as it's about 15 minutes from Jackson, maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, directing our attention over here to this monster storm barreling down I-20 towards Jackson from the west. Huge hail in that, golf ball size hail, and it's being driven by some very strong winds. So Edwards, you're feeling it now. Lynchburg, this is going to go down I-20. We're going to have some Safe Light. It's going to be a field day for Safe Light auto glass repair on I-20 here as these golf balls are driven by 60, 70 mile an hour winds coming down I-20. Once again, Jackson, Mississippi, this is going to be coming for you in the next little bit. So get ready. Hunker down for that one. See if you can't find us you or anybody on the team. See if you can't find us a camera in Jackson. I feel like we've had one there before. It's I don't think it's from RAILFAN, but it's somewhere. And I am still looking at all of your reports on Twitter. Thanks for sending those to me. Remember, guys, also tag me in anything you think is important, anything that you think is newsworthy.
Hey,
tag
Ryan,
me
it's
in
Chris. Just wanted to give you an update. Aaron with Marco Patriots that is heading to my location can confirm large hail just east of Vicksburg on I-20.
All right. So there you go. You just heard the voice of Chris Hall, who is in Rolling Fork, where the place that was just decimated by a monster tornado the other day. Mark and Marco's Patriots, those guys are confirming that there is big hail in this storm just to the east of Vicksburg, as they are on the way to set up our food service. So they're going to be cooking the food, and I believe we're going to be giving
Ryan,
them like
this is
15
Brad.
grand
We are
to
dropping
feed people.
southwest now towards the Woodville area. That storm that's coming over, the southernmost storm that's coming through Louisiana right now, it's going to be crossing the river. It's going to be heading into a much better environment. Right there, it looks like we do have back winds all across the river right there. So that storm isn't producing a tornado right now. I know it got warned earlier, but I would not be surprised in the very near future if it starts to really get some low-level rotation on it.
You guys remember the other night, these storms, we had a similar situation. We started the stream and things were kind of like, okay, all right, what's going on here? Yeah, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings. We had a few tornado warnings. But as soon as the storms passed the Mississippi River, all hell broke loose. And I'm not saying that's going to happen again tonight, but it does look like the timing is going to try to work out that
watch
way.
Has been issued.
Where especially when this storm gets past the Mississippi River over here towards Mississippi, that is when the things are really supposed to start ramping up. How do you look over there? Okay. Get a Safe Light sponsor. Hey, I'm open. Somebody works at Safe Light. Contact me. Try to grow the Y'all Fund, which by the way is super proud of what we've been able to do with that. I don't want to talk too much about it. You'll see all the videos and stuff on social media and YouTube later, but excited to put all that stuff to use. Let's see. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Hinds, Madison, and Rankin County, Mississippi, y'all. I would bet that this storm is probably going to end up with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on it. The one that's getting ready to come into Jackson, Mississippi, and a destructive severe thunderstorm is as bad as a tornado warning or worse. It's a PDS severe thunderstorm. This is the kind of storm that would elicit that response from the National Weather Service. Ping pong ball sized hail reported in Vicksburg. I bet it's even bigger now in Edwards, now moving towards Bolton. Both of those areas are getting ready to get slammed by hail. We also got a new mesoscale discussion. Severe threat will continue spreading eastward this afternoon and evening. A downstream watch is possible here in southern Georgia. So these little cells are going to promote a new watch in Georgia tonight. Man, this storm down here, guys, in Louisiana has been rotating like crazy. It wants to put down a big tornado. Thankfully, it hasn't yet, but it's not going to take much more oomph in that storm to make it happen, unfortunately. We're also starting to see some storms back here in western Louisiana starting to hook. This one right here, west of Bellwood, we got to watch that. We're watching those two storms, and we're watching the storm moving into Jackson extremely closely right now. This is nuts. This is nuts. This is going to be some big-time damaging wind coming into Jackson, Mississippi. Lord goodness, that's going to be literally ping-pong to golf ball size hail coming at you at 70 miles per hour. So we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi now for 2-inch in diameter hail and 70 mile per hour winds. That's going to be a nasty one. If you got a car, put it in a daggone carport, put it in the garage, do something out here in Jackson. You don't have much more time. Yeah, and this is a good reminder. Jackson is a pretty populated area, so if you guys haven't yet, if you want to help me out, help spread the word here, copy the link to the stream, share this stream on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. It doesn't matter. Put it in a text message, send it to a family member or a friend. The more people we have watching, the better. Not because we are too concerned about the number of people that are watching specifically, but it's just a better chance of getting the right piece of information to the right person. A lot of people don't watch the news anymore. People would much rather just click on a link on their phone and get taken to the information that they need. So consider doing that. Also, if you don't have social media, just slap the like button on this stream like you would a normal YouTube video. That'll put us up in the algorithm and tell YouTube to put our stream in front of people who may need the information. So you guys can help me reach more people. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, so if you're in Jackson, Mississippi, this is the area that we're watching the hardest right now. We've got a big-time thunderstorm coming in. This one could definitely cause some major damage here with the winds and the hail. We're also, we're trying to see some inflow kind of butt up against this big area of wind here. We have to watch out for the tornadic threat or possibility with this storm as well. Now, it's not quite organized yet. I don't know how likely it is that we see tornado genesis with this specific storm, but it's something that we have to start thinking about for sure. And then look at this. We got a little hook showing up on this tiny storm just south of Jackson as well. The atmosphere is primed in this general vicinity for potential tornadic activity. But right now, it's just monster hail and strong winds getting ready to come into the west side of Jackson, Mississippi near Clinton. $70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch in diameter hail. That's what's expected from this so far. Ooh, every update, those winds. So this is like winds just above the surface here. And they are strong. Let me see. Okay, downtown Jack. Is it live? Oh, I see. I see. Oh my God. I hate it. I hate it. Ooh. Does that work? Is that working? Is that what you're seeing? Ah. Huh. Okay, we've got a camera in Jackson. It's not very good, and it's on a site with like 19 million ads. So I don't know. I don't even know if I should show it. They'll probably strike me for the money or something. But if you live in Jackson, let us know how it's looking and how it's going. I know right now in Jackson, it's probably pouring rain. Like we might even have some small hail already. What you're experiencing in Jackson right now is not the storm. Like this ain't even this is just the appetizer. The big one, the big bad Mama Jamma, is coming up next. And it's probably going to impact the northern side of town more than the downtown area. So Clinton, Cynthia, Ridgeland, Harborview, Sherwood Forest, all you guys got to be paying close attention to this. Oh, boy. And by the way, let's zoom out. Let me show you what's going on here. This is Louisiana. Zooming back in on our storm down here in Louisiana. It is taking shape once again as a very classic looking supercell. If we see this curl up and start rotating more significantly here, we might have to be looking at a potential tornado situation here in Bunkie, Louisiana. So watch that one very closely. Also, once again, I want to give you a reminder, this storm ain't going nowhere anytime soon. So everybody out in front of it has to be prepared for a potential tornado over the next several hours. Bunkie, Cottonport, Louisiana, Simmersport, Louisiana, all the way up here to Fort Adams. So Fort Adams in Mississippi, Wayanoke in Louisiana, all the way up here to the Highway 61 corridor near Woodville, Mississippi. You guys need to watch this storm. Everybody in this general vicinity is in the path of a tornadic storm. It's produced a tornado in the past. It is going to produce another one. I don't know if it'll happen in your town, but if it does, you've just got a literal hour and a half heads up more than likely. So please ready your tornado action plan. Whatever you got to do, get that done now. That way you've got a plan in place. You doggies. Once again, big time nasty storm coming into Jackson here. Big hail, strong winds on the way. Tons of traffic cameras in Jackson. I hate the ones that are like stills. You know what I'm saying? No. William, thank you so much for that. And Mountain Angel, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships, and congratulations to all the new members. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching a severe storm outbreak take place here. We've got a really nasty one moving into Jackson, Mississippi, bringing in huge hail, And honestly, this storm, I'm just telling you guys, this is trying to become tornadic. I don't know if it's going to in Jackson, but once again, this is another one that is going to continue to be a problem way down the line, and we'll probably eventually see a tornado warning come out of this. I hope it doesn't happen in Jackson. It's probably not. Right now, we've just mainly got to worry about those 2-inch in diameter hailstones and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Getting ready to move into Jackson right now. We're starting to feel that in Westchester Hills, up here to Cynthia. We're going to feel it here in Lakeover, Tougaloo, New Hope, Grove, and Ridgeland over the next couple of minutes. Oh, boy. This this is what a storm that really wants to drop a big tornado looks like. Not doing it yet, from what we can tell, but it's probably going to, unfortunately. Ooh. Yeah, whenever you see it, the hook, the dangly bit, kind of get that far curled in, that's never a good sign. One of two things are going to happen here. We're either going to see this, the rear flank really reinforce this, and the base of the storm is going to get caught up in the inflow, and we're going to see it rotate and form a tornado. Or we're going to see so much heavy precipitation fall in this part of the storm that we see a cold pool of air try to push that part out, and it bows out, and it becomes more of a damaging wind threat. Or we simply just see this protruding portion of the storm occlude back into the forward flank, and then the cycle will start over again. It'll try again. It'll get a new dangly bit, and that's what's so concerning about tonight. This supercell and any supercell that pops up around it that can maintain discreteness, it can just try and try and try to produce a tornado as much as it wants, because nothing's going to stop it. And in an environment like what we have today, it probably will at some point succeed. So it's just really unfortunate. The storm that is approaching Jackson is also rotating. I do want to make sure that I note that. But the main threat here is going to be the big time winds. However, I mean, you can see very clearly what's happening here on radar. Let me play a little loop here for you. So this cell is going to merge into the forward flank of this embedded supercell here. And that is going to add a little bit of spin to this storm. We have to watch this area specifically for potentially seeing a tornado here soon. Not happening right now. We're not too concerned about it in the next couple seconds. But I'm telling you, we're watching that area very closely. And that's, this will be happening over downtown Jackson. I don't think you guys have got to run to shelter or anything. I'm just saying, watch out. Y'all watch out. This one just keeps getting more and more concerning looking. Hellcat, much love, Ryan. Been a member for 14 months. Thank you, man. Denise, thank you. Gianna Banana, thank you for the 5 memberships. That's awesome. Susan, thanks. Levi, best way to watch storms is live DOT cameras. Absolutely. It's not the best way. The best way is in person, in my opinion. But I don't know if you guys heard me talk about it last time, but we're actually thinking about starting a y'all network of high-definition 4K pan-tilt zoom cameras around the country that you can access 100% for free on YouTube. We just got to find out how we're going to pay for it, because that is very expensive. But I'm excited. It's actually a thing that we're actually trying to do.
How about it,
24/7.
Ryan? This is Brett. You got a copy?
I sure do, Brett. Go ahead.
I am positioned here just east of the Mississippi-Alabama state line, severe thunderstorm warning in Silas, Alabama, right off of Highway 17. We are about to get hit hard at the, it may be just north of the Highway 17 US 84 intersection. We've got a good hail core that is just west of us, but we've got developing rotation here too. On the state line just to our southwest, seeing that on radar, trying to decide if we want to play the core or if we want to try to get the rotation. If the rotation continues, we will take that route.
All right, Brett, that sounds like a good plan to me. Looks like you're in a good spot, and then I'm sure you see all those storms to the west, which will have no problem making them to you as the night goes on, even if you do stick with that one. So just keep us updated on what you're doing, and we're all watching here. So that's Brett Adair. Guys, he's over here, way over yonder.
Copy that.
In Alabama. So he's actually watching this storm right here near Waynesboro, Mississippi, moving over towards Silas. So we've got coverage all across the moderate risk today. Of course, we got Brad Arnold awaiting our, in my opinion, probably the most significant supercell right now. He's waiting for it over here in Mississippi. Brad, of course, is our, if there was such thing as like a batting average for storm chasers on how often they see tornadoes, Brad's is like very high. So, you know, it's hard to imagine he's put himself in the wrong position here. And then, of course, we are seeing this big-time, very concerning storm move into Jackson, Mississippi with very strong winds. And I'm telling y'all, this thing is trying to develop a tornado on the southern side. It's not doing it yet, and there is no warning. There's no tornado warning, but a couple more frames of this, and we see any more rotation down there on that. If we see a tight couplet form, we've got to consider the reality of what might be happening right here near downtown Jackson. No need to take shelter just yet, but make sure you are paying attention to those warnings as they pop up. Will you turn the air conditioner on more cold? Thanks. I never know to say like up or down because it really don't make sense. Turn it more cold, thanks. It's 75 degrees outside here at the weather house. Keep an eye on LSM. If we get anybody new, just throw them up there. Okay.
Hey Ryan, I am coming into town now, the hardest hit part of town.
Can you refresh, Chris? Oh, wait. Okay, he's sitting there. Wait, is he sitting still? Okay. That truck looks like it's on the road and it was froze. Never mind. Okay. All right. Yeah, we see you. We see you, Chris. Go ahead. By the way, guys, what we're looking at here real quick is this is live footage from Storm Chaser Chris Hall, who is in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where they were just devastated by a EF4, a preliminary EF4 tornado. Still has a possibility of potentially being rated an EF5. But here's just some of the devastation that we've been hearing about. And this is what everything looks like right now in Rolling Fork in Sharkey County, Mississippi. I am heading there tomorrow to make sure that the y'all squad shows up, because y'all helped me accumulate 100 and honestly, I don't even know the number now, but well over $100,000. And we're going to go drop every penny of that down there on these people, and hopefully lessen the burden on them a little bit. So we're going to keep that playing, and we're also going to come back here to the radar, because we've got a very serious situation unfolding here in Jackson. Carly, can you put Chris up in a box? Yeah. So that way we can just continue to see that. But I also want to show the radar here. We've got this storm trying to curl up down here. It's not producing a tornado, but it could. And this is happening near Jackson, Mississippi. There's no tornado warning or anything like that yet, but we're watching this incredibly closely. Something else that we're watching incredibly closely is this storm down here in Louisiana. This is a monster supercell dropping huge hail, getting ready to move into Marksville and Mansura. But this dangly bit, this part right here, is what could very well become the tornadic part of the storm as we go through the next little bit. So we're watching this closely as it goes towards Simmersport, Tunica, and Fort Adams. Make sure y'all are ready, because this has the potential to go bonkers tonight, just like those storms did the other day. Here's a broad view of everything. Storms all up and down the Gulf Coast and up into the deep south. These storms are going to continue to train over each other. We're going to see a big tornado threat back here, and then we're going to see a severe threat all the way over into the Carolinas. And then on top of that, we're going to have a flash flood threat, because we're going to have multiple storms going over the same areas over and over again. Just a reminder, we are watching this considerable severe thunderstorm move into Jackson now. You're starting to feel the really strong winds in Jackson, Mississippi. Obviously, the lightning is crazy. The hail is probably falling over here near Sherwood Forest. But it's probably going to get worse. The winds are going to get stronger as the core of the storm moves into downtown Jackson over the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're also still watching this part of the storm potentially for enough rotation to try to produce a tornado. It's not doing it yet. But that's what's happening here in Jackson. Get ready in Sherwood Forest, Luckney, Summerwood, Harborview, Country Place, Brandon. All these places are in the direct path of an extremely strong thunderstorm here over the next little bit. Wow. Look at this. This is a video. Okay, you can take Chris down. This is a video from Will, and this is coming from just north of Clinton. Buckets of hail coming down with this storm. So yeah, this is the storm that's approaching Jackson, or pretty much in Jackson now. A lot of hail coming down with this. My goodness, the yard is completely white out there. The good news is it looks like it's pea to marble size, so not seeing baseballs in that. But it could be a different story in a different part of the storm. Wheel Dog, thanks for sending that in. More pictures from people in Jackson. This is Mason. That's some bigger hail right there. Mason, thanks for sending that in. That's coming from Jackson right now. National Weather Service in Jackson is saying we are getting confirmed reports of 2-inch hail for the severe thunderstorm moving over the metro. Please take cover if you're outside. If you're outside in the metro, especially in the downtown area, it's happening now. But you've still got a second to get inside if you're in Country Place, Whitfield, Summerwood, Luckney, Langford, or Brandon. That's the next areas that are going to get hit pretty hard here by this super cell moving in through Jackson. Remember, you can send me your photos and stuff through Twitter, but only do so if you can safely. This is the last frame that we saw from the downtown Jackson Skycam. You can see there's a lowering there. This is a rotating storm, and it's one that we have to watch later to potentially produce a tornado. It is not right now, but that is exactly why I was concerned about it, because it's the kind of storm that could, with just a little bit more oomph. Thankfully, it's not getting that over the downtown area. It will eventually get it. We have to watch this storm hard in Morton, Pelahatchie, all the way down the I-20 corridor to Forest and Newton, as this is going to be a big problem down there. Our other big problem, let's check on it. Okay. All right. So what did we talk about earlier? Well, when we looked at the storm here, we said it's either going to curl up, produce a tornado, it's going to bow out, or it's going to occlude. What happened? It looks like it is occluding. And what's going to happen is we're going to see a new dangly bit protrude from the storm here, or we'll see this kind of intensify, and it will try again. A new
tornado warning has been issued.
And that's what exactly the National Weather Service is seeing as well, because now we have a tornado warning for Avaux. I know I'm saying that wrong, but that parish in Louisiana
has been issued.
So yeah, this is going to try to produce a tornado here. I'm hoping that it's brief and then that occlusion happens. But once again, it will definitely take another chance, another swing at it here as we go forward. That's your warning. And that's right over Cottonport, and this is going to go towards Longbridge, Mooresville, Hamburg, and then over towards Simmer Point and Big Bend. So y'all get ready for that one. Back to Jackson. Big time storm going through right now. Harborview, you're getting in on the hail. It's going to get heavier as time goes on. Get ready for that. Next up, we got Pelahatchie and Leesburg in the path of some big time hail, and Brandon, where the National Weather Service is. That's going to be a big time hailstorm there as well in Mississippi. Avaux. I see. And that's your new tornado warning. And that's your area of concern right there. Phew. Nasty one moving through Jackson. Linda, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's huge. That's a big deal. Really appreciate that. Up to apple-sized hail now is being reported in Jackson, Mississippi. Uh-oh. That's like a that's a hail. That's a problem. Apple-sized hail. I haven't seen that report. We also got a tree down on Thompson Road in Jackson. I see a 1 3/4 inch hail report here near Jackson. Maybe it's just not popping up yet, but definitely big time hail coming in through Jackson right now. Harbor View is getting hit hard. Brandon, Value, Pelahatchie, you guys are next. It's not that bad right now, but it's getting ready to get there. Huge hailstorm coming through Mississippi today. Riding the I-20 corridor, busting out windshields every second. I don't know if this is true, but I think that every second that passes over the next little bit, a windshield will be busted out on I-20 here. So keep that in mind. If you're on I-20 heading west towards Jackson, maybe don't. Oh, boy. Luna says family member in Clinton just sent this. They had a tree come down. So it's once again, it's not just the hail in the Jackson area. It's also the 70 mile per hour winds. That's also going to cause a big problem here. Probably going to hear about a lot of big time damage reports coming out of Jackson if that apple size hail report was real. Also, we got a new tornado watch getting ready to come out for central Alabama. This will include Tuscaloosa, Selma, Montgomery, Greenville, Butler, and Demopolis. So we got to get ready for that one too. That one's I don't know how long that one's going to go for, but it'll go longer than midnight more than likely. Let's check in back on our tornado warned storm down here in Louisiana. It's like I was saying earlier, the storm's going through an occlusion, so it's not producing maybe not a tornado right now, but it could very soon. So please take shelter in Moraville. Man, these town names. Bordelanville, and Big Bend. Because not only do you have the chance of a tornado here, but there's a huge hail core with this one too. That one's going to bust out windshields over towards Big Bend and Black Hawk. Get ready. Just scanning the skies here for rotation. Are there any other areas that we need to be watching? I mean, every cell in this line is rotating. Whoa. That is a gnarly looking storm getting ready to come into Brandon, Mississippi. And by the way, Jackson, Mississippi, y'all aren't done. This is one of the areas that are probably going to end up seeing a flash flood warning. You live in a flood prone area in Jackson, get ready because you just had that huge storm come through, dropped hail and a lot of rain. Now those hailstones are going to start melting. That's going to add water to the situation. And then you got another big storm coming towards you right here. This is going to bring the winds back up. The hail's going to come back. And guess what? You got another one after that. Long night ahead of you in Jackson, Mississippi. You live in a flood-prone area. You're going to want to start getting to higher ground. Here's a photo from Dana, hail at the reservoir north of Brandon. I wonder if the radar is going to fare well. Like this storm's, the hail core is going to hit the radar site here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we... saw the radar go down, which would be terrible. We're already in a little bit of a radar hole in some of our spots where these warnings are coming out. We really don't want that to happen. Sorry. I played a video. It was loud. I'm sorry. Clustering storms may gradually organize and pose increasing potential for damaging wind gusts through 6 to 8 p.m. right in this area in south central Mississippi. I'm sorry. I really don't come into these streams thinking I'm going to jump scare you. That's never a part of the plan, but I mean, sometimes when you watch a video of a storm, it's loud. For some reason, some are louder than others, and I never know before I click. This is a great example of why we tell you to take shelter in hailstorms. We got a broken window and large hail in the yard. This is in Brandon, Mississippi, close to the reservoir. So whenever you got 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and big hail, that'll come right through your window in the living room there. So take shelter if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning today. Thanks for sending that in, by the way. Margaret. Starting to see the inflow really pick up on this storm moving towards Simmers. Or we might have a reestablishing of the hook here as the supercell continues to try to mature. Getting awfully close to where Brad Arnold is. Brad Arnold's over here. The storm's here. He's expecting it to come right towards him. And he expects for it to be tornadic by the time it gets to him there near Woodville. Keep that in mind. Brett Adair, storm chaser Brett Adair is on this storm. in way down here in Alabama, examining it. Doesn't seem like it's producing a tornado right now. Definitely some hail. Certainly some hail. And then we've got a strong storm that just went through Dothan, Georgia. Nothing tornadic over here right now either. We're really mainly focused on the western extent of all of these storms right now. That could change, but that's where all of my focus is currently. Karen, thanks for becoming a member. Michael, thank you for that. Gregory, thank you. Jordan Johnson with the 10 gifted. And Robert says, how does Southeast Louisiana look? Oh, I already answered your question. It looks like it's going to be stormy, but most of the bad storms are going to be to your north. Can you give your forecast for Loosedale, Mississippi tonight? I can. I just don't know where that is. Give me a second and I will figure it out. Okay, so you are in the enhanced risk for severe weather. There's a chance for some thunderstorms, but once again, similar to New Orleans, you're in an area where the vast majority of the big storms are going to be to your north. Be weather aware tonight, but don't be scared. It's going to be a pretty normal spring severe weather situation for you. Yeah, still looking for information on the hail. I've seen a lot of hail reports, and pictures. I haven't seen any apple size hail, but definitely lots of damage coming in now. Busted out windshields and stuff like that. Oh, here we go. There we go. This is some hail that just fell in Brandon, Mississippi. Wow. That's a big hailstone right there. Whoa. Dang. That's the kind of hail that will do some very significant damage. And that was in Brandon, Mississippi. So a similar hail is probably falling near Pelahatchie now. If it's not, it will. And guys, the core of this hailstorm is going to ride down through the I-20 corridor. So Pelahatchie, Morton, Forest, Lawrence, Newton, all you guys are in the path of a damaging hailstorm. Get ready. The little supercell that could down here in Louisiana is officially getting close to being in the most favorable environment that it's been in all day to produce a tornado. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't, but unfortunately I do believe that this is going to have the ability to produce a tornado or multiple tornadoes tonight as this goes to the east through southern Mississippi. Oh, is it Pelahatchie? Not Pelahatchie. And yeah, and like Luna did there, anytime that you send me a hail report or any sort of like storm report on Twitter, tag me, of course, but also tag the National Weather Service. Tag your local National Weather Service. They need that just as much as me, if not more. Don't tag them if they've already been tagged. We don't want to, don't tag them in news stories and stuff. But like if you're sending a novel report, it is important to tag them. Another view from Jackson, Mississippi. Oh. Remember, if you're in a severe storm with hail and damaging winds and lightning, it's important to get away from windows and glass doors. But thanks for sending in the video. Oh, my, did you see that? That actually bounced off the car and hit the window. That's why. Watch that. We need a slow-mo replay. Watch the car hood. I don't know what that was. That's crazy. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning now that goes all the way out to Morton and Forest. This is for 1.75 inch in diameter hail and 70 mile an hour winds. Checking in on all of our storms here. We got severe thunderstorm warnings across Alabama. Nothing crazy. We got a big storm over here north of Meridian, though. And then we've got probably our biggest storm right now moving out of Brandon, Mississippi towards Pelahatchie, Crossroads, and Morton. Unfortunately, I do believe there's a lot of rotating signatures in the bases of these storms, but the radar, we can't see them through radar. What's Brad doing? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. Yeah, so you can't see them because there's a water tower. There's literally a water tower right here, and that blocks our view from the radar all the way out here. And what's unfortunate, like the most misplaced water tower ever. This area that we can't see on the radar is notorious for tornadoes. There's been multiple EF4s in this corridor. There's been an EF5. So it's just kind of crazy that lines up with where the water tower blocks the view. But these storms will be past that pretty soon. Yeah, Brad Arnold's down here. We've got Chris Hall's feet up until Brad Arnold gets back on the road. But just remember, guys, if you want to keep up with Brad Arnold on your own, you can just click on him here in the Radar Omega app. There's 80 of you. There's 80 of you in the app watching with me right now. Not only can you see his feed, you can put it in a little window, move it around, continue to look at the radar and all that stuff. You can see the temperature, dew point, all that good stuff on his vehicle as well. Yeah, just in the Radar Omega app. And if you don't have Radar Omega, you can get it in the App Store, iOS or Android. You got a link in the description. They've been a big supporter of us and everything we've done for so long, so I'll always shout them out. And I'll I've liked the Radar Omega program since long before they sponsored us or anything like that. So. You see, this Ben, or you Ben had, is doing it right. He's got me on the TV, and he's got his own little tablet there set up for looking at Radar Omega. Very cool stuff. Thanks for sending that. Oh boy, big time flooding. Once again, we talked about this. There's going to be some flooding with this storm that's going through Jackson. And honestly, like, this is just the beginning. The water's going to continue to rise in Jackson and Brandon and all the surrounding areas. This is going to be a pretty big flash flood, I think, because we're going to have multiple rounds of heavy bursts of rain. The fact that we're already seeing this level of, water, it means that we're probably going to have a flash flood situation really break out here. So I want to emphasize, if you live in a flood prone area, do not disregard this. The water is going to rise fast. Another view of a hailstone from Luna. Wow. Biggin. Yeah, I'm looking at areas east of Jackson here. Oh, I see. You can, on the MDOT site, you can switch these to live video. I didn't realize that. This is awesome. I know every state has something similar to this, but some states do it much better than others. Nice to add to the toolbox. We got a big PDS, a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Alabama, Tallahassee, Alabama, Shorter, Alabama, and Franklin, Alabama until 6:15 Central. I want to go look at that. Whoa. Wow. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning over here for, once again, places like Shorter, Franklin, Milstead, and Tallahassee in Alabama. This is for 3-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is moving up this way towards just to the west of Auburn. And that's going to be a very, very strong thunderstorm with, once again, close to 3-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Will Dog sent us another picture of the hail in Clinton. Wow. Freeze that thing. Keep it. What I would do. AAAA says, why? Jeez, man, we got a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. The hail is definitely becoming a big deal right now. Anyways, this person said, why do all of the recent tornado outbreaks in Dixie Alley start out weak and become very strong later in the day? Is there a condition that causes this? Sort of, yeah. I think a lot of times what we're dealing with here in these situations is we've got a lot of convective energy. We've got a lot of storms out there, but they're just, and they are rotating, but they're not rotating enough. They're not interacting with the environment enough. And a lot of times, all it takes is for some stronger, lower level jet winds to get it going. And that's exactly what happens when the sun starts to set. So when the sun starts to set, for multiple reasons, stuff that we've went over before, and I can go over it again when things slow down here. But the low level jet winds start to increase. All right, the air starts to cool down. We see a transfer of warm and cold air as the sun sets, and we lose a lot of the solar radiation heating. And that sudden increase in winds right at sunset is a lot of times is what amps up these storms and allows them to become nocturnal, storms that produce tornadoes. So that's one of the reasons. And there's other things involved as well, but that's one of the main reasons. Okay, we got a new tornado watch for central Alabama. This includes Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Alexander City, Selma, Montgomery, Monroeville. 2.5 million people out here in Alabama. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to apple size and scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. Once again, this is going to go till 1 a.m. Central. 1 a.m. Central there in Alabama. So get ready for a long night of severe weather. And boy, Brad has quite the view of our storm here. So Brad is on the supercell that we've been watching so hard all day today in Louisiana. It looked like for a long time it was going to be the show stealer. It was going to produce a tornado. It's looking a little bit weaker now, but I don't know if it's just going through a phase, a weakening phase, and we'll see it kind of ramp back up once it gets across the Mississippi River. That's very possible. But this is the monster supercell. You can see it, how it's literally exploding into the sky, throwing all that moisture. What we're looking at is the base of the cloud in Louisiana, right? That's what Brad has given us a view of. But the top of that cloud goes past Brad and all the way into Alabama. Hundreds of miles. That's how strong this thing is and how much energy it has. So, something's going to probably happen with this storm soon. We just don't know what yet. And that's why We're going to talk to Brad now because he's there, right? He can stick his head out the window. He can smell the storm.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
He's looking at it. He can hear the pulse of the storm. So let's hear what his thoughts are. Brad, we've got your feed pulled up. It's a beautiful view that you have of the storm there. What are you thinking? What's this thing looking like? Are you expecting this to continue to ramp up as the sun goes down and we get that lower level jet increase?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Just give us your latest thoughts.
Yeah, Ryan, we are just to the east of it. It is incredible looking supercell. We actually have some mammatus clouds just overhead, so it's heading into a better environment. Will it produce a tornado? Who knows at this point, but it's once it crosses the river, if it should begin to get better organized and get better low-level rotation, especially as the sun decides to start setting here in the next 10, 15 minutes. It's all forest around here, so I just want to get on as far as I could west, and then I'm going to have to get east because there's no way to see anything at all. It's actually a national forest to my east, so we're going to have to work our way back towards the Macomb, Brookhaven area. But it's definitely organizing right now. It's heading into a better environment. Would not be surprised to see tornado the next half hour or so.
All right, so there you go. That's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us
a new tornado watch has been issued.
A view of the storm as it moves into Louisiana. And then we've also got Brett Adair giving us a view of this storm that's moving into parts of Alabama over here, Coffeyville. So that we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Coffeyville, and that's the storm that we're seeing on Brett Adair's feed. Let me get that changed here. For some reason, I'm having a hard time seeing this. Whoa. What in the world are we looking at here? Hey, Brett, you got an update for us? I think we've just got really strong low-level winds, and we're just seeing the clouds move incredibly fast here. But I mean, that's some ominous looking. Oh, that's exact. Whoa. That was close. Anyways, yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. We're just seeing the really strong low-level winds. And that's a sign that we're starting to see that low-level jet increase.
How about it, Ryan?
Yeah, we were just looking at that incredible motion on that storm. It looks like it's flying through there. And then we saw that huge bolt. Just looking for an update. What's this thing looking like? Do you think it's going to keep ramping up as it moves off to the east?
The current situation is I still have pants and I'm not dead from that bolt. But yes, that is a RFD swinging in, and you watch that in real time. That did not have any additional speed to it, and we're still seeing crazy bolts, man. Watching that cell move off. We're in Coffeyville, Alabama, just to the north of Highway 84. We're on Alabama 69 here, watching this thing race off. Likely about to try to get back in front of it now.
All right, man, we're following along. I'm glad you still got the same pair of pants. Hope we keep it that way throughout the night. Keep us updated. All right, so this is the storm that Brett is on. This is moving up towards Thomasville and Pine Hill, and I'm telling you, that storm looks. I mean, just the way that it looked, how fast that RFD was spinning off the southern side of the storm. That tells me that this is a rapidly intensifying storm. And one of two things are going to happen. This is just going to turn into a big supercell with a monster hail problem moving into Thomasville and Seymour and Campbell and all these places in Alabama, or this is going to end up producing a tornado, and we've got to watch that very closely. Not sure what's going to happen yet. We're watching it, but both options are on the table. This is, by the way, a screenshot of that bolt. That was very close to Brett. Right behind that house, it looks like. I can't imagine. I wish we had audio on Brett's camera there. We probably would have heard him scream. All right, let's see. Let's go back to Louisiana. I got people are hooting and hollering in chat. What are you hooting and hollering about? Oh, I think that. The storm still looks good through Brett's view, or I'm sorry, Brad's view, by the way. It's still growing, it's still intensifying. We do have rotation here, south of Black Hawk moving towards Fort Adams. This is our Louisiana storm moving into Mississippi. Yeah, there's a tornado watch for central and southern Alabama until 1 a.m. Brett is driving through the core of that storm now. Let's pull him up full. What's wrong with my my Brett button? For some reason, it doesn't pull him up. I'm surprised we're not seeing hail on that. And by the way, guys, there's a nonprofit that we work with. One of them that we're going to be giving, all kinds of funds to help feed people for free in Mississippi, where these tornadoes hit the other day. They're called Marco Patriots, and they're actually stuck on I-20 right now on their way to Rolling Fork because there's debris in the road and just all kinds of problems where that huge hailstorm went through. Near Vicksburg. So they're sending us reports of that, and so that's this storm that's moved through Jackson, Mississippi, has caused a ton of problems, and apparently it's even putting a halt to interstate traffic here. Jason Wood, thanks for becoming a member. And Hiram Hawk, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have a post of that lightning bolt on Twitter here soon. And I'm sorry for yawning. I am just a tiny bit tired. We've been working hard on planning our trip to Mississippi for the relief. We've had to wake up really early every morning to get everything done, and I mean, we're happy to do it, but it does make you yawn in the evening. I'm just scanning here, looking to see for any more rotation signatures. The Coffeyville storm is rotating, so I'm honestly pretty concerned about that one potentially producing a tornado here at some point. Our storm in Louisiana, I'm telling you, man, this one for a long time was the storm of the day, and it still potentially could be. But it's not looking as gnarly as it was before. Like we've definitely seen this have better days. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Biggest cluster of storms right now is still around Jackson, Mississippi. I'm telling you, the flood potential is high over here. The hail is still going to be pretty damaging as it moves through Morton and Forest over towards Decatur and Newton. But yeah, things are really starting to come together. I would watch these cells for potential tornado genesis as they move up here as well. Remember, it's 7:01 p.m. The sun is starting to set. We're going to get that diurnal heating happening, and we're going to see that very, very intense uptick in the lower level jet. And that's still going to add to our tornado threat. But right now, no tornado warnings. And because of that, because we have no tornado warnings right now, I am going to very briefly take a restroom break.
They've been moving up.
And we're going to watch Andy.
They are going to the north. And as they go to the north, they could be developing. When they reach anything that's coming out of this storm up
right
here,
back.
I'm going to draw that in blue. This wind is coming out of the storm, going to the south like this, and it's going to create a boundary just about here. These storms are going to reach that boundary, and they could latch onto it and produce tornadoes right along this path right here. So an area of immediate concern maybe for the next hour or so would be right about here along Mendenhall to Raleigh, Mississippi, because these storms are possibly going to interact with each other. And when they do that constructively, that could lead to tornado genesis. So we're looking for constructive interference here. Some large words to make sure that we're keeping track of the risk as best we can. And make sure all of y'all are hydrating, taking care of yourselves. Good to see you all. I'm taking over Ryan's stream right now. I see that. I'm doing my own thing over here on my channel. You can find that hopefully pretty easily, but it is featured all over Ryan's channel. If you want to watch both of our streams at the same time, I've got you here. I'm keeping track of the meteorological side of things here. If you've ever seen me pop up on Ryan's stream, I'm in the background right now, and I'm actually streaming my perspective. This is the second time I've done this, so we're getting used to things over here, voicing my thoughts and putting it into, trying to make it make as much sense as possible. So right now, again, we don't have any we don't have any tornado warnings. I've got the same overlay. Tornado warnings will pop up for me just like they will on Ryan's stream. So yeah, this is good. Whenever I need to come through, I will put those green lights on. So don't worry. Still working closely with Ryan. We're covering all these storms right now, but I was just talking about, I think I was coming through there. I was just talking about how this line of storms right here that's just moving through Jackson at the moment in Mississippi is going to put out these winds to the south here. They're all going to come out of the storm to the south, and then these guys are moving north up here. So watch that animation there. See how they're moving north and developing there as they come towards Mendenhall and up to Collins and Seminary north of Hattiesburg in Mississippi. When they come together up here, and meet the outflow from these storms up here, there could be some problems. We could have some problems up here. So that's the next area I'm watching. But I want to let you know that every single hour that Ryan and I are streaming tonight, the tornado threat is going to go up. So right now we're watching a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, a bunch of golf ball size hail. We've even seen baseball size hail reports today already. But as the night goes on, we're going to transition from mostly a hail threat to more of a tornado threat. And let me show that off on Radar Omega right here. You take a look. In our areas in red on the radar here. This area of red that you see here, this is our moderate risk. And if you've heard that a lot, a moderate risk.
Thank you, Andy. Can you guys hear me? Did I forget to mute? Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh my goodness. Hail shredded my tent in Brandon, Mississippi. Now that is definitely likely to happen in a big hailstorm. Was you watching? Because I think I mentioned bring your tent, take down your tents if you're in Brandon, Mississippi. No, I'm glad you're all right. Hopefully you didn't have any other damage. I see a lot of tree debris all over the house here. How do I submit my hail pictures? The best way to get me to see it and show it live on air is to post it on Twitter and tag me. We're trying to come up with a better system, but honestly, that's a pretty good system. Twitter does all the work for us. It's just it's the best way to go, in my opinion. Still have concerns about this storm. Brad Arnold's on it. We can see the base of it there through his stream. Not currently producing a tornado. I'm honestly surprised. I'm very surprised this one's not more of a problem right now. I'm thankful that it's not. But we've got a bunch of storms up here as well. We're gonna have to really watch these. I think that these are going to be something that are going to produce problems here soon. Look at this one. This one's already rotating. This one's already rotating right here near Robinwood and Monticello in Mississippi. These cells are entering a very favorable environment for tornado genesis. So Laurel, or Highway 84 up to McGee in Mississippi, you guys need to be watching those closely. The sun is setting every minute. The lower level jet is getting more and more intense, and we'll see those try to interact with that. We saw the incredible motion on the storm that's moving into Thomasville now through Brett Adair's camera not too long ago. We also saw that incredible lightning bolt. And I want you guys to think back to the monster tornado outbreak that we covered the other night. What happened right before the tornadoes? We saw a massive uptick in the lightning activity in the storm, right? You remember that? That's something that we look for. Like the more electric activity there is in a storm, the more motion there is, the more clashing together of water particles there is. A lot of times that is indicative of a storm that's about to try to either produce, a tornado, especially if it's supercellular in nature. This one is supercellular in nature. It's got a hook, it's got a rotational couplet, and it's got that increasing lightning activity with it, and it's coming right up towards Thomasville, Alabama. So if you are in that area, please get ready to potentially take shelter if that tornado warning does end up getting issued. Yeah, new hotspot for potential tornadoes right now. I do think that these are the cells that are going to try to steal the show. Down around Hattiesburg up to Montgomery. They're moving northeast. This one, the one that Brad's on is, it has completely kind of fallen apart. Look at how strong it was Phew. That is great news. We hope this continues to happen. However, we can't depend on it happening. So we've got to watch it closely, and we've got to be hyper weather aware for these cells that are coming together down here. What are y'all whining about in chat now? I didn't cut Andy off. He's got his own thing. Like he wasn't ever going to stop. We tuned into Andy for a brief period of time, and then we tuned out. And if he has something important to relay to us, he will turn my lights green, and he'll pop up on the screen just like always. Something weird's happening with the overlay. If you're just now tuning in, if you're just now tuning in, I want to update you on what we're doing. This is live coverage of a severe weather outbreak that's ongoing in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. We do expect for it to become potentially a tornado outbreak at some point here. We haven't had too much activity in the way of tornadoes so far. Don't get me wrong, we have had at least one that we know of, but things are kind of in a lull period right now, and we are expecting them to ramp up. So we've got a developing supercell down here near Monticello, Mississippi. We've got another one over here near Laurel. And both of these are going to move up to the north and east and potentially try to produce a tornado at some point tonight. This is an ongoing situation. We're going to have potential tornadoes all night, unfortunately, through the early morning hours tomorrow. And we're going to be here with you covering it the entire time, or at least the majority of it. I've got to go to sleep at some point. Some of you can probably tell. Yeah, I'm tired. But I think I'm going to go to sleep probably at least around 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern. But we're just going to hand the wheel off to Andy. Andy's streaming. He's going to keep going probably till midnight, 1 a.m. I don't know. It's up to him. So we'll be able to continue to cover the storm even after I try to get some rest before my 14-hour drive tomorrow. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go through them one by one here. We got one on the border of Alabama and Georgia. That's going to be bringing inch in diameter hail into Donaldsonville here soon. We've got considerable severe thunderstorm bringing a 2.5 inch in diameter hail up towards Notasulga in Alabama. We've got another considerable severe thunderstorm bringing a 1 3/4 inch in diameter hail to Thomasville. That one's got a potential tornado trying to develop in it as well. We got a big supercell down here near Monticello bringing 1 inch in diameter hail up towards Collins, Prentice, and Bassfield. And then we've just got this huge cluster of severe storms near Jackson, Mississippi, causing a major flash flooding problem. That's going to continue to cause problems along I-20 as it goes towards Meridian and Philadelphia as the night goes on. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out here to the west as well. We've got a couple out here in Louisiana near Winfield. We got a decaying supercell still producing damaging winds down here near Woodville, Mississippi. Monroe, Louisiana, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to continue off to the north and east up towards Bastrop and Rayville. And then cross it just north of you up towards Monticello in Arkansas. You guys have got a severe thunderstorm over there as well. Multiple storms are trying to break out in Georgia into South Carolina. None of these are severe yet. That'll probably change as the night goes on. And then we've had hail, a lot of hail up here on the southern side of Chicago tonight in Illinois. And new storms are popping up in southern Illinois, moving into Indiana. That's going to continue to be the problem for the next couple of hours as well. So the main thing that we're watching, though, is this big area of supercells that's popping up that's trying to, it's trying to produce tornadic storms. Nothing is set in stone yet, but we do have rotation here approaching arm to the south and east of Monticello. And then, of course, we also have a pretty solid area of rotation with this storm that's moving up close to Thomasville. This is probably one of the more concerning storms that we've seen today. We got a big hook there. We've got just a really impressive storm. So tornado is probably going to try to happen with this storm. Don't know if it's going to actually happen, but we'll keep you updated on that. As of right now, there's no need to take shelter over there right now, except for you need to get indoors. You need to get away from windows. It's going to be a severe storm with or without a tornado. Got our panel of storm chasers out there on it as well. And we got meteorologist Andy Hill waiting to chime in whenever there's some new news for us. Robert, thank you. Miss Melanie, thank you. Jack says, how's Auburn, Alabama looking for the rest of the evening? Stormy. Definitely stormy. You got to be weather aware. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but you're going to have multiple rounds of thunderstorms go through capable of dropping big hail and maybe even a tornado. And Kitty Carey, thank you for becoming a high risker. We are starting to see multiple supercells showing signs of strengthening. It's that time of day, y'all. Sunsets, storms explode. In this type of setup. In the summer, a lot of times sunsets, storms go away. But with this situation, we are going to see a rapid intensification of these storms as the sun sets because the lower level jet is going to get juiced up. And it also depends on the location of the lower level jet. If the area of most intense winds at the lower level don't line up with where these supercells are, then we might not have a tornado problem. And we're hoping for that. But I'm telling you, these storms are getting stronger and it's happening very fast here. 2 robust circulations in Mississippi now, south of Monticello and to the west of Laurel. These 2 storms will try to produce tornadoes at some point today. I would be surprised if they didn't eventually do it, but hey, I've been surprised by different stuff like that before. So we're going to hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Drew, thank you. Here's some of that hail in central Illinois around 4 p.m. This is from Kelly. Lasted 2 minutes, and then we had sunshine. Looks like a little bit of snow down there. The Rolling Forks tornado was preliminarily rated an EF4. They still got a lot of work to do to finish the rating. So it definitely could have been an EF5. We just don't know yet. But it's 100% at least an EF4. We've got loads of instability out there today, which is going to support some very robust storms and supercells. And there's going to be a lot of upper level shear. Okay. But low level shear is still on the weaker side right now. So if that increases, that's when we will see the tornado situation kind of ramp up. And hopefully it doesn't. But that's why it isn't happening right now. And a lot of times the low level shear does ramp up when the sun sets. So keep that in mind. Yeah, the system's going pretty much exactly as forecast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're always supposed to have a hail threat first, and that was going to transition into a tornado threat. We're waiting for that transition. Okay, we got a new tornado warning right here. It is, guys, and it's for the storm that we have been watching for quite some time now. All right, it's this. It's for Clark and Wilcox County in Alabama. This is the storm that we saw produce that big time lightning bolt near Brett Adair. Now we are in great. We have great. What am I trying to say? There's good news and bad news. The good news is Brett Adair is on this storm, so we have the ability to see it. As soon as he regains service. The bad news is I really do think this is either producing a tornado right now or it's about to within the next couple of minutes. If I'm in Springfield, Alabama, or Rural, or McWhirr, or Round Hill, Alabama, I am getting to shelter fast. This is the most convincing signature I have seen today for a tornado. Unfortunately, we are in a radar hole. There's no radars in this area. This is like a radar desert, essentially. And I don't want to go too off into the, off topic here, but like it is important that we talk about this. If you know your local officials, if you want to write a letter to them or something, ask them why. If you live in Thomasville, why do I pay the same amount of taxes as somebody in Jackson, Mississippi, or up here closer to Birmingham, Alabama, for this stuff, but I don't get access to it? You pay taxes for access to radar, but for some reason, somebody decided you guys aren't worth it. So basically what I'm saying is we need more radar sites out there so that I can give you more information on what's going on. But we can clearly see the rotation, the swirling of the storm here near Thomasville, and this is likely either producing a tornado now or about to produce a tornado as it moves up towards Thomasville and then eventually Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff, and Camden. So we really want you to take shelter, and let's hope for the best and hope this thing fizzles out. But if it doesn't, we're going to be ready to go. Once again, that's a tornado warning for Clark and Wilcox County, Alabama. Yeah, and here's that clip. It's on Twitter now. Pretty strong low-level winds, and we're just seeing the clouds move incredibly fast here. But I mean, that's some ominous looking. Oh, that's exact. Whoa, whoa, that was close. Anyway, so that's exactly this storm, the one that produced that bolt. We're just seeing the exact storm that's now producing the tornado warning near Thomasville. And we started talking about that lightning bolt afterwards and how that was probably a sign that this storm was going to try to produce a tornado. The big time electric storms where you see those bolts near the base of the storm where it's rotating, that almost always indicates a growing supercell that's trying its best to at some point produce a tornado. So just keep that in mind. We are always looking at the lightning activity. This might be the storm of the day if it continues to handle this environment in the way that it is right now. And yeah, Brett Adair is still on the butt end of this thing, and he's keeping an eye on it. So we're getting into a radar hole. So let's ask him about it. Brett, I know you're in and out of service here. I just wanted to get an update from you. The storm looks really impressive on radar, but as you know, it's in a radar hole. Are you seeing anything new to report on this specific cell as it moves up towards Thomasville?
Yeah, watching left to right here across the road right now. Don't see any kind of debris. But we're right on the backside of where a tornado would be, it looks like. RFD just came across the road. Let's go.
Okay, so this is a live view of just south of Thomasville, Alabama, where we have a tornado-warned storm. You can see that the winds really picked up there. And what he's calling RFD, if we can get him in one, it would be great. The RFD is the winds that are coming around the backside of the storm, right? So he's feeling the RFD kick up. That's going to try to infiltrate itself into the inflow, and then once again continue to try to produce a tornado if it isn't already. And Brett didn't see one, but yeah, we're going to keep updated with him as the storm moves up towards Yellow Bluff. Yeah, this is honestly this storm is in a very primed environment for tornadoes. And man, Brett is like, he's in it. He's in the storm. Right on the backside where the tornado might be. So if anybody's going to see it, we'll see it through Brett. Of course, it did. It froze on us as soon as we pulled it up there. We also got another storm chaser on the roster now. There's Brandon Clement in Gloucester, Mississippi. Any tornado potential in Kentwood, Louisiana tonight? The tornado potential in Kentwood, Louisiana tonight is decreasing. However, it's definitely not zero. It's definitely not zero. So be weather aware. And about 10 p.m. midnight tonight, it'll probably be mostly over for your area. Oof. Okay, so Brett Adair, he's right on this thing's rear end, son. He could smell it if there was a tornado. tornado coming out of it. But obviously, it's hard to see, right? You can see above my head, like it's raining hard. This is more than likely a rain-wrapped tornado if there's one in there. But the radar looks more and more convincing that we have a tight enough couplet to actually produce a tornado here. So that's what we're dealing with as this moves up towards Pine Hill. Thomasville, you're starting to get the hail, right? The rain's coming down good. It's hailing and all that. That's going to continue to be the case up towards Pine Hill. But Yellow Bluff, y'all are next in line for the potential tornadic part of this storm. And I should say McWhirr and Pleasant Hill, smaller communities down here, but those are actually the places that are next in line. Then we'll see it go through Culpeper and Shepherd and Coy before it gets to Yellow Bluff. So that's where your potential tornado is. This is the direction that it's going. In Alabama, that's where we're looking at here. Alabama, this is way south, south of Selma, north of Jackson in Alabama. This thing's really tightening up. And then, like, just look at the wind. Look at how intense the wind is on Brett's feed. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching just to the west of the storm that you're looking at now. I think the one near Laurel, Mississippi here, it's going to come up to the north. And eventually, it's starting to get some rotation. So I think that one, depending on how it interacts with the storms that are tracking along I-20, we could see this one start to produce a much more significant imminent tornadic threat along Interstate 59 here. So I've got my eye on Soso and Laurel, Mississippi at the moment, as well as the storm behind it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy, for bringing our attention to these strong storms, which are starting to rotate even more as well. Prentice, Bassfield, you guys are in the danger zone, I guess you could say. And then over here towards Laurel, we've been watching these storms for a while, and now they continue to look impressive on radar. So we're going to continue to track them, and obviously Andy is tracking them in the background. And we are going to see what happens as these move off to the north and east. One thing that I do see that might work in our favor here is that there's a lot of cell mergers happening. There's a lot of smaller cells crashing into the bigger cells that might disrupt the balance that's needed for tornado genesis. But let's say that doesn't happen. These are the storms that we got to watch that are probably in the most favorable environment today for potential tornadoes. So that is on the table. We also, we just can't ignore the significant storm and the situation that's unfolding over here near Thomasville. This is our only tornado warning on the board right now. And guys, daggone Brett Adair is in it. He is in this storm. Like, he is literally following the updraft. He is going to tell us if there is a tornado in this thing. He's dedicated. And there's nothing that can stop him as he's been keeping up with it the entire time. So Brett is somewhere down here near McWhirr, near Thomasville, and he's going to try his best to get in there and tell us if there's actually a circulation touching the ground. And, of course, if he comes across debris, he'll let us know. So that's why we've got his camera up there now. Pretty intense storm there. Even without a tornado, you're definitely going to get a good old storm there in Yellow Bluff here soon. Matthew says, I just drove from Laurel, Mississippi to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and in the last 2 hours, some strong winds were coming across 20 into Mississippi, and I hit 2 or 3 hard downpours. Yeah, the winds are going to get a little bit more intense, too. pretty good rotation on that. A pretty good rotation over here near Laurel, too. Very interesting. And now a new player has entered the battlefield here north of Hattiesburg. Yeah, curved bean. That right there is a sign of what's to come, probably, as this is going to take the shape of a supercell here soon. We also have to watch this up here near Decatur. We'll have to watch and see if that gets tighter. If so, that might be a problem. Otherwise, I mean, we've just got a lot of really severe storms out there tonight. These are definitely dropping big hail. They are absolutely bringing down the rain and damaging winds. We're getting all kinds of reports of those kinds of things tonight. Cap, thank you very much for the extremely generous super chat. And Denise, thank you for becoming a slight risker. Just waiting on that low-level jet to kick up. And we're just going to keep hoping that it doesn't. Because wherever the lower-level jet ends up being the strongest, that's where the wind shear will be the most intense. Web Dev Girl, thanks for becoming a member. And Ashley, thank you. Still rotating. This storm over here is still rotating near Thomasville, moving up towards Culpeper, Hesty, Shepherd, Coy, Yellow Bluff, and Macmillan in Alabama. This is where your potential tornado is. That's where it's going. Still pretty impressed by the rotation over here north of Laurel as well. We've got to see if that's going to tighten up. And remember, the thing that's going to determine whether or not it does tighten up is the placement and the intensity of the low-level jet, which is currently still forecast to be around 40 knots, maybe higher. Look at this. Lee. Hey, Ryan, it's me from Oklahoma. Keep up the good work. Hey, I remember you. You've been here for 2 years. Thank you so much. Gerald, thanks. It's Square, thanks. Lee, thanks. Carol, you were providing such an important service. Carol, thank you. I'm just doing it because I'm. It sounds ridiculous, but I just love weather. And I'm glad that me sitting here talking about weather is valuable to you guys. I really appreciate it. Tabitha, thanks. And Emmett, really appreciate all the new members. Okay, so we're starting to see all three of these storms really try to take advantage of the increasing amount of shear that's available. Okay, if none of these three storms end up producing a tornado tonight, we have dodged an incredibly we've dodged a big bullet. Our big supercell that was traveling south of Alexandria into Mississippi has completely dissipated, which is great. But this is our next shot, right? We've got this supercell. We got these two back here in Mississippi. If those don't do it, nothing will. And let's continue to hope that they don't do it. However, the one over here near Laurel, Mississippi does look pretty gnarly. So unfortunately, we're going to have to watch it very closely for the next several hours. Yeah, the storms are really firing off down here in southern Mississippi and Alabama. This was also forecast. It's around this point though when the tornado ingredients were supposed to start to be at their highest. So once again, I'm hoping we don't see tornadoes soon. But if we do, the first time we see an actual couplet and a tornado coming down, that could mean that we've broke through whatever limitation that's currently in place, and we're going to see a bunch of tornadoes tonight. Let's hope that doesn't happen. My goodness, you guys are blowing it up over here. Little Dirt Patch, thanks for becoming a member. Brian, thanks for being here for 22 months. Colligan, 12 months. I mean, there's just so many of you here. I really appreciate it. Techno. Hey, Ryan, I wanted to ask which was better, Night of the Twisters or Twister or Into the Storm? Do you have a favorite weather movie? Yeah, Twister, the 1996 original Twister, that is definitely my favorite weather movie. They're coming out with a sequel to it next year called Twisters. I don't know how that's going to work, but I'm excited about it. Still looking at the rotation down here near Thomasville with that tornado warning. Unfortunately, it's right smack dab in the middle of a radar hole now. We can't tell much about it. We're blind. For whatever reason, you guys don't have a radar. And that's, once again, it's something everybody pays taxes for. I would be pretty upset about that if I was you. What can you do about it? Get mad. Write a letter to somebody. Make a daggone Facebook group. I don't know. Vote for me for president. I'm just joking. Where's Ryan Carty-Bology? Which storm is he on? Is he on the big one? So confused. Okay, so Ryan Carty, the big dark cloud that you're seeing down there, this is coming from near Bology, Alabama. And that's going to be up here to the south of Livingston and York. So that's a big storm up there. That's a big storm up there in western Alabama between York, Livingston, that general area. That's another one that we've got to watch for. Kyle H, thanks. Doug says, I enjoy me some Ryan Hall out in Utah. You are more spot on than our local guys. Thanks for what you do. Doug, thank you for that. Jake, thank you. Jack, fun fact, when I was 9, Twister was my favorite movie ever, so I asked for it for Christmas. Instead, I got Twister the board game, and I was devastated. Man, that's a great story. Tristan, thanks for becoming a higher risker. Jen, Kim, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. The one true Fusky, Ashley Hamilton, everybody's showing the support today. I really appreciate y'all. You don't have to do that. We don't ask anybody to do that, but we do appreciate it. Hashtag Hall 2024 already popping up. I don't think I'm old enough. Can't do it. Sorry. I would never in a million years want to do it, by the way. Sounds like a nightmare. Union and Newton County, Mississippi update. Looks like you guys are experiencing a severe thunderstorm right now. And that's pretty much it. You got 2-inch in diameter hail getting ready to move through, especially if you're east of Decatur or east of Newton. That's going to move over towards Meridian over the next hour or so. So we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this area over here in eastern Alabama. Checking back in on our tornado warned storm moving up towards Yellow Bluff. I still see the rotation. It's harder to see here, but Macmillan, Yellow Bluff, Asheville, all the way over to Camden, you guys need to stay in your safe spots. Rotation's picking up here north of Bassfield. Not crazy yet. The storm north of Laurel, the rotation actually has calmed down a little bit, so that's great news. That's a huge cloud. That is a huge cloud. Storm Chaser Ryan Carty is giving us a breathtaking view of a storm up here in western Alabama near Bology. Doesn't look tornadic, but it definitely looks pretty strong up here south of Utah, Alabama. Got another considerable severe there for Jasper and Jones counties in Mississippi. By the way, before I end the stream today, which is not going to be very soon, but I do want to go over the forecast. So make sure you stay tuned for that. I'm going to talk about Thursday and Friday. So today is what? Sunday? Yeah, today's Sunday. Already we're seeing signs of another big severe weather outbreak Thursday and Friday, and it's for a much larger area and farther north than what we're used to. The first day, Thursday, looks like it's going to be a Texas through Kansas kind of thing. But as we go into Friday, we're talking about a little bit farther east, maybe Arkansas, Missouri, Western Kentucky, up there into Iowa. So it looks like a pretty big severe weather outbreak, a classic spring setup. And I'm not going to be able to make very many video updates over the next couple of days. I mean, I'm going to be in Mississippi until Thursday, and then I won't be home until Friday. So, and that's that's when the severe weather is going to be happening. I'm going to be trying to make videos out there, but if I can't, I do at least want to put out a forecast here and now so that you guys have it. But of course, follow the National Weather Service and all that good stuff while I'm out. MS Dog sent this in. I don't know where exactly this is from, but that's some big hail there. If I had to guess, shoot, I don't know. Sandersville, maybe? Because it's not raining that hard. So these hailstones are shooting out of the updraft and actually he's got to be close to the base of a storm. Where are you from? Where are you from? I don't know. The lights are green. That means Andy wants to talk to us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching. I think I heard you talk about it, but it's this cell that's near Collins, Mississippi, the one north of Basefield. It's going through a cell merger at the moment that we're watching over here on my stream. This one's got my eye more closely than anything because, as you know, those cell mergers can come through, and if they happen in the right way, it could cause some imminent tornado genesis. So I would not be surprised if there was a tornado warning sometime soon for Covington County in Mississippi. And moving off to the east-northeast here.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill moving our attention down here to Collins and Seminary in Mississippi, as we do have a storm that's been trying to produce a tornado, and now it's trying even harder as it undergoes a cell merger. We called this one out back here when we first started noticing that area of convergence, the stronger inflows, the increasing rear flank downdraft. Now, though, things look even more concerning as this moves off to the east. There's two things that are helping us, though. Well, one big thing that's helping us, this up here, this is a line of storms. There's a big pocket of cold air that's going to try its best to push through that storm and destroy it. If it succeeds, the tornado threat with that is going to be mostly over. If it fails, though, we are going to have a chance of a quick tornado here between Collins and Seminary. So let's hope that that does not happen. Still crazy good, or high, I should say, wind velocities here around the storm that went past Thomasville, Alabama earlier. Now it's moving up towards Yellow Bluff, Asheville, and Camden, and Shepherd, and Dry Forks. If you're in any of those places in Alabama, you got to take cover. You are under a tornado warning. Oh, man. The storm that we got yesterday in Warren, Ohio was crazy. This was not my house, but it's a few streets away. We lost power for 12 hours. Some people still don't have power. Yeah, we got it too here in Kentucky. Really strong winds yesterday. I don't think we had it. Well, I didn't lose power, but and the damage and stuff wasn't nearly as bad as up in Ohio, but just a crazy wind event. As a low pressure system wrapped up and ejected off to the north and east. We didn't have a drop of rain, really. It was just wind. Oops. Jessica David said, thanks for all you do, Ryan. Jessica, thank you for the very generous contribution. Same to you, Leslie and Holly. She says, what can Atlanta expect? Atlanta, you're going to get some severe weather tonight. I would just about bet my bottom dollar it's not going to be anything too crazy, but definitely some hail, some winds. That's on the table. Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, did you say go ahead, Andy? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready. All right. So I'm watching Meridian as well, Ryan. We got that big time line of storms moving in with rain and hail. But also, if you look at the northern part of it, we've got a little bit of a hook bulging out here on the northern part of Meridian. And if that inflow connects with it, that's a pretty dangerous situation. This is what happens when we got that powerful storm pushing out in front of it. So if that air wraps around in front of where it's pushing out, we could see a quick tornado spin up here. So that'll be to the north of Meridian, impacting Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Bailey, Mississippi in the next minute or so, if that does happen.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention up here to just to the north of Meridian. Extreme winds coming out of the storm from the west, meeting up with some inflow here. You can see very clearly the hook trying to form. We've got to watch that very, very closely. If we come over to the chaser scene here, Ryan, this is a view from Ryan Carty in Boligi, Alabama. This is not a tornado. It looks like one. What you're seeing is just the dark edge of the cloud, the shelf cloud rolling over him. And then on the left side of the screen, you're seeing extremely heavy rain and hail. Okay. And then on the right side of the screen, you're just seeing out from under the storm. It's a little bit brighter over there. So it looks pretty ominous. But this is not a tornado. It is definitely an extremely dangerous storm, though, as it approaches Livingston,
A
Utah,
new tornado warning has been
and
issued.
all of these areas over here. And we got a new tornado warning down farther south, away from that storm, near
A
Camden.
new tornado warning
So this
has
is
been issued.
Wilcox County, Alabama, near Camden. We've got a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for the storm that we have been watching for so long, It's just a continuation of that warning. Whoa. Dang, son. Yeah, this is a great call out from Andy. This is about to be a pretty dangerous situation here. North of Meridian, Mississippi, where it does look like a tornado is going to try to punch out here real quick. If I'm in, let me pull up Radar Omega because it's actually a lot better at throwing up locations. If I'm between Center Hill and Lauderdale and Mississippi to the north of Marion and Meridian, especially along Highway 39 or near the Lockhart area, I am going to go ahead and just precautionarily get in my safe spot. No warning, no official, alarm from the National Weather Service yet. But if there's one more frame that looks like that, they're going to have to pull the trigger because that is a nasty looking sign for rotation. This is almost certainly going to try to produce a tornado somewhere in this area. Wow. So we're watching that closely. We're watching our new tornado warned. Well, it's not a new tornado warned storm, but it's an old storm with a new tornado warning on it. Now producing rotation near Asheville, moving over towards Camden, Oak Hill, Darlington, and Allenton Station. Take shelter now if you're over here. You're under a tornado warning. You're about to be under a tornado warning. Hopefully soon here north of Meridian. I mean, come on, y'all. If that doesn't warrant it, I don't know what does. Look at that. There is a tornado ongoing here, or it's about to on-go near Bailey. We got to get a warning out there, and let's get down into the mesoscale just in case. Now, the good thing about these kind of tornadoes is hopefully it's not going to last long, but while it's lasting, while it's happening, it's going to be nuts. Let's hope that it calms down a little bit, but definitely pretty strong burst of wind coming out of the storm here and interacting with the inflow there near Bailey. Once again, if you are in, let me pull this up on a better radar for you. Yeah, if you're north of Marion, near Obadiah, Lizelia, along the not the interstate, but the Highway 39 corridor between Poplar Springs and Daleville, you've got a dangerous storm potentially about to produce a tornado getting ready to cross the road there. Now, even if it doesn't have a tornado in it, it does have 2-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a dangerous situation. Take shelter, y'all. Take shelter. Pretty concerning signature there. Once again, that if there's a tornado down, which I would not be surprised if that was the case, it's near Bailey. If you're local here, you know where the D&D Customs is. You know where the Rainbow Bridge pet area is. Dogwood Lake Road. That's around where I believe that if there is a tornado, that's where it is. It's going to cross the Highway 39 area near the Dollar General, south of the Fleet Homeport Bar, north of the Chevron there on Poplar Springs Drive. From there, it'll continue to move east. But once again, these kinds of storms are notoriously fast, right? So like if it did produce a tornado or if it's going to, a lot of times it'll drop, it'll produce some damage, and then it'll go away. And we hope that happens here. Obviously, we don't hope that there's damage, but we hope that it's a quick one and done type system. We've also got a new area of rotation popping up south of Laurel, Mississippi. All kinds of little rotating areas to be concerned about here south of Meridian. And of course, we've got the big one up here in Meridian, or north of Meridian, I should say, that almost certainly is producing damage, whether there's a tornado or not. Definitely strong winds in there, moving up towards Tumsuba now. Whoa. Everybody say thank you to Call Me Josh. Call Me Josh. This is not Josh's first time doing this, by the way. Obviously I remember you, Josh. You really you don't have to do this. I do appreciate the support though. That means a lot to all of us, and everything that we're doing. We could not do it without people like Josh. To be quite honest. So thank you so much, Josh. That's huge. Blown away by you guys. Scanning, looking, feeling it out, seeing all of the different angles of these storms. And the one over here near Camden still looks pretty concerning. Take shelter in Camden, Fatima or Fatama, Darlington, Oak Hill, and Allenton Station in Alabama. You're under a tornado warning. You're still not under a tornado warning if you're east of Meridian over here towards Lauderdale and Tumsuba, but I would take shelter anyways. Even if there's not a tornado, there's extremely damaging winds, large hail, and you don't want to be in the living room when something like that happens. I'm telling you. Oh, and also a huge shout out to Delaney C for the incredibly generous super chat as well. Wow. Thank you guys. Watching this south of Laurel, what I think's happening here is I really think that the low-level jet just isn't doing the thing that it normally does, or that at least that it was forecasted to do. And I hope, once again, we hope that continues to be the case. But the reason why this supercell, this one and this one aren't producing big tornadoes right now seemingly is because that low-level jet isn't completely juiced up yet. It's not making the wind shear so intense that we have big tornadoes. We can hope that continues to happen, but we can't count on it. Jeremy, thank you so much, man. Yeah, considerable and severe thunderstorm warnings I would take as seriously as tornado warnings. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. This storm here moving up towards Demopolis is one of those that you should take just as seriously as any tornado warning. This has got monster hail in it, and that's going to come right up towards Demopolis in Alabama. You see the storm near Linden? This is a big supercell. It's got brand new inflow. It's growing. It's rotating. And it's moving up towards Demopolis and Uniontown in Alabama. And I'm telling you right now, this is warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and up to 2.5-inch in diameter hail. Still watching this the storm over here that's moving into it was moving in from to the west of Meridian. Now it's to the east of Meridian, getting ready to come into Tumsuba. Big time rotation signature on it there for a bit. More than likely what we saw there was just a big punch of RFD. It did interact with the inflow and it did rotate enough, in my opinion, to potentially cause a brief spin up. But now it is not. It's doing the thing that we thought it would do, and it's dissipating. So hopefully that threat is ended there. But it's definitely not over for you in Tumsuba, as this is going to be a powerful storm, whether it's got a tornado in it or not. I promise you, it is going to cause problems. Shibuya, big rotation to the west of you, still rotating south of Laurel. I mean, the amount of circulations we have on radar is crazy. This is what we were afraid we were going to see when we're looking at the weather models earlier, but thankfully we are not seeing these translate into big tornadoes yet. And that has the possibility to change, but we're going to hope that it doesn't. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch now for portions of central Georgia, and that's going to go all the way until 1 a.m. Eastern, and that's going to include a couple tornadoes possible, but mostly we're concerned about a big hail threat there from Atlanta all the way down to Columbus. So many rotation signatures. So many. Just hoping that they continue to just be signatures. Mini Moo, sorry. Thank you for your hard work. Every time it storms in my hometown, I choose to watch you over the local news stations. Again, thank you. Hey, thank you, Minnie. I really, really appreciate that. And Max, thank you. Side Effect said, hey, Ryan, we will be watching tonight. Everyone watching, be safe and hydrate. Good idea. Need to hydrate. Oh, we got a new
tornado warning has been issued
for Hale County and Marengo County, Alabama. Hale County and Marengo County, Alabama. Brand new warning there from the National Weather Service. We're going to zoom into that right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there it is. This includes Linden and Dayton in Alabama. This is to the southeast of Livingston. And this is the storm that we were just talking about. And this is the one that's producing the big-time hail. And now it could potentially be producing the big-time tornado as it really starts to look more and more impressive on radar. Yeah, this looks pretty impressive, to say the least. So here we are. We got a big supercell storm producing, once again, extremely damaging hail, getting ready to go into Galleon. We've got a hook on it. We've got a lot of rotation, very obvious couplet there. This might produce a tornado as it goes up past Linden and then up towards Uniontown and New Bern in Alabama. The trajectory of this storm will eventually take it into Marion too, so watch out up there if this decides it's going to continue for a significant period of time. Still got that tornado warning down here for Camden and Snow Hill as well. The rotation on it is also picking up. That one, this one is in a pretty dandy spot. If we were trying to pick a storm that was going to get a tornado, that might be it. Because once again, look, there's nothing underneath it to stop it. I don't know. I would watch that one pretty close as we go forward. And guess what? That storm down there, Brett Adair is in it. He is in the storm. He is giving us a ground level view of the major storm that is working through Camden right now. Now, he's not on the southern side where the tornado would be. He's actually up there in close to the hail core. So we'll see if we see any of that hail here soon. Hopefully we don't. We don't want to see Brett's windshield get busted out here. But Brett's getting ready to come into Camden right now, and he's trying to stay on this storm. He's been following this one since the other side of Alabama. He's been tracking it for a while. We've seen multiple really impressive things from this storm. It's been under a tornado warning for a while now, but the storm overall is just a really strong storm. Brett is just not a tornado, lightning magnet tonight. Yeah, the lightning is insane, and once again, that's something that we've been noticing with this storm. The electric activity continues to ramp up. Therefore, the storm is ramping up. Ryan Carty is on the storm near Livingston. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So now we've got a view of both of our tornado warned storms, I believe. Seeing very intense lightning with both of them. Some Pikeville, Kentucky originals here. Auburn Vet Med in Auburn, Alabama. Thanks for all you do. Oh, thank you guys. Thanks for tuning in. up on the projector screen. From good old Pikeville, Kentucky. You know him's good people. Trying to see what's happening here. You know what my pet peeve is? Radar holes. Let me tell you about these things. I hate the fact that just because this is far away from a radar, we can't adequately analyze it. We can analyze it. Don't get me wrong. Like, this works. We know what's happening.
Hey, Ryan, just giving you
So
an
does your
update. Marco
National Weather
Patriots
Service
ended up getting
meteorologist.
stuck on 20, so we're shooting south. We're going to intercept this considerable severe thunderstorm warning here shortly.
All right. Chris Hall, you guys didn't know, he's in Rolling Fork, helping out with the tornado damage from the other day. He's going to shoot south and intercept this big, considerable, severe storm here that's heading up to the north of Vicksburg. So we're going to see that through his feed. So good luck to Chris, and hopefully he can give us some good information about what's going on the ground there. Man, this is, these two sails are they're so close, but things keep happening to keep them from doing the thing, which is great. Like, notice this. If this storm, you see how we've got the supercell shape here. If this was able to kind of just clear out on the backside here, this would probably end up being a pretty bad deal. But watch, new convection just pops up as it does occlude. So great news for the residents of this area. Keplix, thank you for that. Oh, extremely generous super chat. Angel, thank you. Jay Young, thank you. And Rampage. What should I expect for tornadoes? We've got the moderate risk for the rest of the day. So just keep paying attention to the watches and warnings until the watch is allowed to expire for you. Because there's so many things going on. It's hard to pinpoint like, oh, well, this is exactly what's going to happen in any specific spot. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, that new extremely dangerous severe weather, man, it's extremely dangerous storm that just came through. Our destructive severe thunderstorm is for Jones County, Mississippi. You can just watch that loop near Laurel. It's in southeast Mississippi. How fast that popped up. Now there's just this warning is now for 3-inch hail, which is apples. Just apples falling out of the sky here near Soso. And it really just popped up in the last 5 minutes. Suddenly we have a huge hail core. So the incredibly dangerous storm here that is going to approach Sandersville and Heidelberg in Mississippi.
Wow. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. Back here in Mississippi, we're going back and forth a lot. We're in Alabama, we're in Mississippi. Back in Mississippi, Laurel, we've been talking about you guys all day today. We've had storms floating around you. Now we've got a big bad boy up here to the north and west of you that is dropping huge hail. Once again, 3-inch in diameter hail. Wow. That's going to be coming into Soso. Well, it's happening in Soso now. Spring Hill, Shady Grove, Hoy, Errata, Mount Olive, and Sandersville. You guys are all in the path of this thing. This is going to be a destructive storm. Okay. It's not a tornado. It's quite potentially worse. There's going to be a huge area that is just absolutely battered by hail. Windows will be blown out. Once again, that's going to be accompanied by 60-mile-per-hour winds. People on the roads, windshields are going to get busted out. You do not want to be outside for something like this, okay? Please get to shelter now. A destructive storm is getting ready to go through the northern side of Laurel in Mississippi. near baseball. Yeah, baseball size hail. Gee lordy. Cool. Looking at the vertically integrated liquid. Oh my goodness. That is definitely dropping some huge hail. Obviously, you don't want to do it now, but whenever you can do so safely. If we've got anybody watching in the Laurel area up there towards So-So, and you've got a big hailstone, send it to us at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Make sure you tag your local National Weather Service as well. We would like to confirm that that's happening because it's getting ready to move into a pretty populated area. Like there's a lot of people that live out here. There's a lot of businesses up here. Imagine you're a car lot in Shady Grove right now. You're probably pretty nervous. Brett has hail. Oh yeah, big hail. You can see it bouncing there. Somewhat. Brett's in Camden, so he's still on that cell that's been rotating for a while. It's trying to produce a tornado as it moves up towards Snow Hill. And he's in the hail core now near Camden, Alabama. And then, so that's the storm. Once again, that's still trying to produce a tornado. We've got another one up here that has been trying. So this is moving up towards New Bern and Uniontown. There's a tornado warning here too. Both of those areas need to get to shelter if you're in Hale, Marengo, or Wilcox counties in Alabama. But the hail is also a big thing with these storms. The hail has been this show stealer today. We were supposed to start off with a big hail threat and then transition into a big tornado threat. That is happening, but the hail has definitely stuck around longer and been the main deal for a longer period of time. We're still watching the rotation on both of those storms. We have to watch for the Laurel storm to start rotating too. This one, the storm over here south of Shibuya, moving into Waynesboro. This is in eastern Mississippi. That has picked up with intensity as far as the rotation goes there, moving towards Whistler. Also, right here north of Matherville, there's a little bit of convergence. I mean, these cyclones, these mesocyclones are maturing. They are getting more intense. So definitely that's happening. The low-level jet is doing what it was supposed to do this whole time. It's happening slowly, and it is at a lesser intensity than what we thought it would be at this time. I don't know if it's going to ramp up real crazily in the next 15, 20 minutes. I don't know if it's just going to slowly kind of continue to rise. I don't know what's going to happen there, but depending on that, that's going to make or break our potential tornado outbreak down here. Let's hope it breaks it. Slowly but surely, though, the environment out in this region, actually, let's make that circle bigger. The environment out here is becoming more favorable for like steady state supercells with long-lived updrafts and mesocyclones. I think that the supercells are going to persist for quite some time. So once again, just like that one we were talking about in Louisiana, it's going to have multiple shots, multiple chances of producing a tornado because nothing's stopping it. And if it doesn't, that would be a surprise. We've got 2 tornado warnings active right now. Both of them have rotation, but no signs of a tornado on the ground. We got a storm chaser on the one near Camden, Alabama, and he's not seeing anything other than some big-time hail. Speaking of big-time hail, the hailstorm of the year is going through areas just to the north and west of Laurel right now. Laurel, Mississippi, you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for hail up to the size of baseballs, maybe even larger. So is a small town. Yeah, it is. It probably would explain why we haven't received any media or photos or anything of the hailstones out there. I bet they were big, though. I bet they were huge. Chris Hall is intercepting a severe storm near Vicksburg or just to the south of Rolling Fork. Considerable severe. Some of the bigger hail is getting ready to move into Laurel, especially on the northwestern side up here in Shady Grove. Get ready for it, y'all. It's going to be a loud storm. Looks like the rotation on both of these storms in Alabama has lessened up a little bit. You're still under a warning in Snow Hill, Alabama, and Gallion and New Bern, Alabama. We want you to be taking shelter. If there is a tornado over here in this storm, it's somewhere to the west of Siddonsville. And it's going to move up towards Allenville, Laneville, Fawnsdale, and Sunshine in Alabama. Same situation over here in Alabama near Darlington. We've got a potential tornado to your west. That's going to go towards Ackerville here soon. How about you over here in Georgia? How many people we got watching in Georgia tonight? We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Greenville all the way up towards Harrelson. That's got inch in diameter hail. Hogansville, you got inch in diameter hail. That all of these storms, by the way, are moving up towards Atlanta. And that's going to bring some hail, some lightning, some thunder, and all that good stuff later tonight, maybe a couple hours from now. Back to the west, we have a huge developing line of storms that's just going to cause all kinds of problems tonight. It already caused some big problems in Jackson, Mississippi. We had huge hail, big time flash flooding, and now we're starting to see damaging winds. These are getting ready to move through Butler, down through Waynesboro, and then also we have the huge hail back here towards Laurel. Big time hailstorm back there, especially towards the So-So, where apparently we were having apples falling from the sky. And still to this point. Yeah, we got a pretty broad area of rotation starting to show up near Crandall, Mississippi. This storm is moving into Alabama near Melvin and Ealer right here. That might try to produce a tornado. It's hard to tell right now, but definitely strong damaging winds moving in regardless. These storm chasers are going to need a vacation. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You see that bolt on Chris Hall's feed there? Dang, son. How close was that bolt?
My hair stood up, but I still have my pants.
His hair stood up. That's going to be the new saying, I guess. Every time we see a lightning bolt, we got to check in with the guys. You still got your pants? Okay, here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning for Choctaw County, Alabama. And that is going to be our third. Yeah, our third active warning
has been issued.
We now have 3 ongoing tornado warnings, and let's zoom you to that new warning. And there it is. It includes Butler, Needham, Gilberttown, and this is the exact storm we were just talking about with that big convergent signature and all of that rotation on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. Let's go full. This is where the potential tornado is, right here near Melvin and Ealer in Mississippi. And this is radar hole country right here, son. You ever wanted to see a radar hole in your life? Go to this part of the world. Oh, crap. What radar was I using? Okay, yeah, here we go. So we got a potential tornado somewhere down right in through here. So if we're in Okatupa, Turner, Needham, Jackson Spur, Red Springs, West Butler, all the way up to Pennington and Indian Springs in Alabama, we need y'all to take shelter now. We have a radar-indicated tornado, and it's got a pretty strong couplet right there, and it's going to be moving up this way. Lightning fast pause hands from Who is this? Ryan. Nice shot of the bolt that we just saw there through Chris Hall, y'all's stream. If I can find it. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is also a huge deal, guys. We got to talk about this. High risk of flooding. Day one, high risk of flooding in effect for excessive rainfall from the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center. People just get bored for whatever reason whenever I talk about flooding. But I promise you, this is a much bigger deal than the tornado threat today. More people's lives are in direct danger due to this than most tornado outbreaks. More people die from flash flooding than tornadoes usually throughout a given year or decade. So if you live in a flood-prone area, tonight's going to be a long night in Alabama and Georgia. Okay, that's a high risk. It's rare. It's something that we don't want to overlook. Interesting graphic to show you as well. Let me put this in here. WPC high risk days are a big deal. High risks are only issued by the Weather Prediction Center on 4% of days, but high risk days have accounted for 2 out of 5 of all flood related fatalities and 4 out of 5 of all flood related damages. That does not happen very often, the high risk there. Chris Hall's in a pretty big storm right now. He's near Vicksburg, Mississippi. This is a wide-reaching storm system. Two active tornado warnings. Neither of them have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. It's just one of those situations where if you're in Choctaw County, Alabama, or Wilcox County, Alabama, you're going to want to get in your safe spot. Stay there, bring me with you, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Or just keep track of that ticker on the bottom that lists all the counties. Huge shout out to Tracy Lee for the incredibly generous super chat. Weather Boys, Ryan and Andy back at it. Thanks for the real deal coverage from y'all and the rest of your crew. Thank you, Tracy Lee. Tracy Lee. Mike Taylor, thank you as well. Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center's risk today is the same as it was during the big time tornado outbreak yesterday. Sorry, the day before yesterday, I think. When was that? All my days are bleeding together. You guys know what I'm talking about. But this one hopefully is going to end up being a little different, and we're not going to see the big nasty outbreak that we saw the other day. down to one active warning. The one, the Camden storm has lost its tornado warning. Now we only have the tornado warning for over here in western Alabama near Needham and Butler.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, and we got another tornado warning reissued now for the storm east of Camden. So it hasn't lost its
Ryan,
warning.
just an update. We're just north of Vicksburg. I think this storm is trying to either cycle or die out. There was very
new
little
tornado
hail.
warning
What
has
hail
been
fell was pea size. We do have some tree limbs down, though, from some strong winds. Nothing significant, though.
All right, Chris, thank you for the update. Keep us updated on anything else that happens out there near Vicksburg, south of Rolling Fork. Okay, so but we're back up to 2 tornado warnings. Still got the rotation here. That's why they reissued that warning. To the north and east of Darlington, that's moving up towards Mentor, Farmersville, Fostoria in Alabama. The rotation in this one is nothing to balk at near Needham. I'd be taking shelter fast if I'm in Needham, Lusk, Jackson, Spur, Red Springs, all the way up there to Butler in Alabama. This storm right now is the most concerning one on the map. Is the possible outbreak over the southern plains on Thursday and Friday going to be widespread? Potentially, big time severe weather outbreak looks likely. It's hard to tell anything other than that, though, this far out. It's hard to tell a couple of hours before the event how significant a storm will be, let alone a couple of days. Looks like Brett Adair's got a big old tree down in front of him. He is, once again, still just to the east of Camden. He's following this storm that's had this rotation. And by the way, the exact spot where Brett is right now is where the rotation looked the most intense. You see Brett's marker is right there. Notice how, we had this rotation. It kind of picked up right here, and then it's trying to pick back up again, but there was either some strong straight line winds there, or we might have had a very, very brief tornado causing that damage there from Brett's perspective. Keeping a close eye on Needham. I hope everybody in Needham is in their safe spot. Same for you, Butler, over here in southwestern Alabama. Big storm coming in. Yeah, there's a strong storm in Vicksburg right now. Thank you, Taylor. Ryan, I've been a long time watcher. Thank you for all that you and your team do. I live in St. Louis. How's that Friday 15% look to you? Have you had I haven't given a quick synopsis yet. I am going to, though, I promise. Before I end the stream, and that is going to happen in an hour or so. Maybe a little over an hour. We've got to go to sleep. Carly and I are going to get up at the earliest. Well, I mean, it's not that early. We're going to get up early, and we're going to be leaving out of here around 6 or 7 a.m. to go to Mississippi to help with tornado relief. But don't worry. Do not worry. You're still going to have weather coverage. Even after I end my stream, we're going to send all of you guys to Andy, and he's going to carry the torch. Interesting mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service here at the Storm Prediction Center. Increasingly favorable corridor for supercell tornadoes during the next couple of hours, specifically highlighting an area between Camden all the way over to Montgomery and down to Greenville in southeastern Alabama. That's interesting. Just trying to get an idea of what the flow looks like here. The specific supercell that was looking the most intense, the one that was cranking up pretty hard back towards Camden, has lost a whole lot of its rotation. So it'll be interesting to see if it gains it back. The low-level jet is ramping up, and we might see new development of severe storms and tornadic activity in and around the Montgomery area as the storm develops a new area or a new mesocyclone, more than likely. Yep, Camden just got slammed by a lot of rain there too. So I'd say we've got some flooding problems back there for sure. Those severe storms are getting closer to Atlanta. Small hail, damaging winds on the way to Atlanta within an hour or so, I'd say. We had parts of that storm in Salisbury, North Carolina. We did too. I'm close to you. Not really, but I'm in Kentucky, the eastern part. How does one become a storm chaser? Steven, all you got to do is get in your car and go look at clouds, and you are officially a storm chaser. There is no way to become a storm chaser. A storm chaser is one who chases storms. Now, a lot of the veteran storm chasers out there will tell you that's not true. But I don't see the need to gatekeep it. If you understand the risks associated with it, obviously it's dangerous. It's definitely something that not everybody should do. But if you want to do it, give it a try. Now, it does 100% help to understand meteorology, at least on a basic level, and know how to read radar and be a good driver. Those are the most important things. Thank you, Right Rillo. Janine, thank you. Christina, thank you. I started watching your stream shortly after you covered Mayfield. You were the one who really got me into weather, and I've turned my parents onto your stream. Thanks, Ryan, for all you and the Chasers do. JB, thank you for that very kind message. I'm glad that you like weather, and I hope you keep up with it, and you will eventually be doing what I'm doing one day. Steven, thank you. Flawless Mike, been here for 13 months. Better if you take classes. Are there storm chasing classes? I don't think there are. We could start them, though. Honestly, being a storm chaser It would be cool. Now, I think that anybody should be able to go out and take a picture of a cloud, right? Anybody. But if you're like an official storm chaser, somebody that had the credentials to like make an official report and stuff like that, it might be cool one day to have some sort of system where you got to become licensed or pass an exam or something to officially get that title. But even if that doesn't happen, that's totally fine. Like, it's a hobby for the most part. In Chilton County, Alabama, how bad's it going to get here? It's not going to be terrible, but there's a good chance of some severe weather. I say try to be as weather aware as possible until about midnight, and then things will start calming down. Not everybody's going to get severe weather tonight. Frank Drebin, thank you very much. Draxian says, hey, Ryan, thank you for all you do. I wanted to ask you if any of this will impact Rome, Floyd County, Georgia. It will, but not much. Not much. The biggest threat that you guys have is flooding. Everybody in this general vicinity right in here is going to have a big time problem with flooding overnight tonight. And if you live in a flood prone area, you got to take that seriously. This is the kind of flooding that will decimate some places. I'm not trying to just be, I'm not trying to hype it up. I'm saying that we've got a high risk of flooding because these storms are going to train over the same areas over and over again, and they are packed with moisture. Not everybody's going to get it. It'll be isolated, but it will be intense. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live severe weather coverage on this severe weather outbreak. Thankfully, so far, it's been a little bit more calm than the last time that we did this. So that's good. But, things could still change. We've got that low-level jet ramping up, and we do have 2 active tornado warnings. So, our storm chasers are out there. I'm still monitoring the radar. Meteorologist Andy Hill is still monitoring the radar in the background. We are just waiting for, the latest data, the latest update. And we will relay that information to you. I do want to go farther into the flooding threat here in a second, but we're going to dive into those supercells as well. Girls Who Chase now offers storm chaser training. Well, there you go. I didn't even know that. That's awesome. Love that. And I love the Girls Who Chase thing that they've got going on. That's awesome. Let's see here. And guitarstudio.com. Thanks for becoming a member. Carly Anna. Look at that, guys. We got an old friend dropping by. Just saying thank you again to y'all and the team for making a huge difference when it's needed most. This is the positivity we all need. Thank you. Carly, thank you. We miss you around here. Appreciate you for stopping by. And a really generous contribution. Thank you very much. Suzanne. Massive rain and hail early this AM. My driveway is like my creek. It's storming here now. Yep, that's an area that you're going to be experiencing flooding problems throughout the night, unfortunately. I hope you have a way of keeping an eye on those creeks and streams and knowing when to get to higher ground if you need to in a flooding situation. Watching closely this supercell to see if it's going to do anything. Notice the sudden direction change here. Like something's changed in the last little bit. A lot of that upper level wind shear has not necessarily calmed down, but I think it's being overtaken, at least on the radar presentation, by the increasing low level jet. Which actually makes the whole storm vector way less favorable for tornadoes, in my personal opinion. I don't know if I'm missing something here. We'll see what happens, though. If we see a big RFD surge on this, we might see a tornado try to pop up here, but that's not looking incredibly likely right now. Check back in on our more western storm. Still got some strong areas of rotation all up and down this line from Putnam all the way down to near Silas in southwestern Alabama. So get to shelter if you're under a tornado warning. We're down to 1 now, and that's going to be for Choctaw County, Alabama. Let's see here. Lorne Belonia says, check with your local National Weather Service for trained weather spotter classes. Yes. So there are classes that you can take to become a weather spotter, and that's way different than being a storm chaser. A weather spotter is somebody who sits in one spot and spots the weather as it comes to them. And that's 100% like definitely do that. Like that's a good thing. But that's not a storm chaser is somebody who goes after the storm. But that's actually a good start. Becoming a weather spotter first is a good start. If you want to be a storm chaser, become a weather spotter first. Officially trained from the National Weather Service. Because you'll learn a lot. Kyle Flynn, thank you very much, man. Super generous. Everybody say thank you to Kyle. Thank you. Looks like a new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center is going to drop any second. So we had that big moderate risk earlier. I'm assuming a lot of that's going to be erased because the storms are the strong storms, anyways, are pretty much over for this part of the risk, right? So I would say they will downgrade that to a slight. And what we'll see is that the remainder of where the storms are going to hit over here and continue to be in a moderate risk. Now, I don't know what the tornado probabilities are going to be, but we will see. Yeah, and I'll show you guys that as soon as it comes out. Huh. Okay, so it is out. And the moderate risk is maintained. I'm honestly surprised. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised. I thought that they would degrade it to an enhanced risk. Here we go. Latest Storm Prediction Center outlook still has a tiny little moderate here. Pretty much exactly what we said, though, as far as cutting off the western half. The storms are, for the most part, done back there. But the tornado probabilities are still 15% hatched in the Camden to Montgomery to Union Springs area in Alabama. So, yeah, there you go. This is still a very significant tornado threat according to the Storm Prediction Center. So, do not let your guard down tonight. Do not do it. Yeah, here's the more traditional look at that. I'm going to retweet it if you guys want to help spread the word. So we're going to stay here with you for a while longer and wait and see if we have any more big time updates coming out of the tornado situation. Right now, the main thing that we're seeing is a lot of hail. Okay, the tornado, there's one tornado warning, but that's allowed. It's about to be allowed to expire. So what we've got going on are some big time hail producers. One of them's getting ready to move into Atlanta. Peachtree City, you're seeing it now. It's going to move up into Forest Park, up into Atlanta here within the next hour. I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour or so. We got a big, strong storm over here near Madison, Georgia. That's moving up towards Maxey's and Woodville. We got another one way down here near Barnesville, moving towards Forsyth along the I-75 corridor in Georgia. Hail is expected with that one. Bigger hail, though, back here towards Central, Hatchie, and Franklin in Georgia. And then look at what's happening, guys. All of this convection is compiling, and it's turning into a big rain blob. This big rain blob is going to cause significant problems tonight with severe flash flooding. Now, this general vicinity is where we expect to see the continued tornado threat tonight. We have one supercell currently in that environment that is not producing a tornado, and then we have this big line of storms that it's getting ready to get into the environment that might produce tornadoes as it moves farther to the east. We also might see new supercells pop up over here that will then cause tornadoes. Another big mess back here from Demopolis down into portions of Mississippi near Laurel. This is going to be a flash flood problem back here near Laurel too. But damaging winds from Demopolis down to Thomasville, Linden, and Jackson eventually with that as it progresses off to the south and east. Severe thunderstorm warning way back here in Louisiana as well. Big time hail expected with this one as it also moves to the Vicksburg area. We just had a big storm in Vicksburg. Another one's coming. And then way back here towards Natchitoches, in Louisiana, there's another severe thunderstorm warning with 1 inch in diameter hail. That's moving towards Atlanta, Louisiana. And look, I mean, that is one heck of a long line of storms. And guess what? They're all moving this way. Choo-choo train of rain. Not good. Oh, zooming out a little bit more, we got some rain back here in Missouri through St. Louis, and some storms and small hail occurring up here in Michigan. A little bit of snow on the backside near Milwaukee and Kenosha. A little bit of snow back here in the Rockies and the Plateaus up into the Pacific Northwest as well. Things are mostly quiet except for like literally down here. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm surprised by the sustained 15% hatched risk from the Storm Prediction Center. It's one of those things, though. Like, hey, like they're the Storm Prediction Center. That's the collection of some of the best meteorologists on Earth. So we're going to just assume that's. We've got to continue to be hyper weather aware tonight. Alex, thank you for that. My goodness, you guys are burning it up. Jamie Erickson, thank you so much. David Gregory, thanks. Adventure Time. Low chance. Alex, once again, thank you. Yeah, and before we sign off tonight, I am going to talk about this. Got a day 5 slight risk out here. This is Thursday. We're going to have severe weather outbreak more than likely in the plains. That's going to translate into a more widespread severe weather outbreak as we get into Friday, where we could be seeing impacts from Iowa down into Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Texas. I mean, this is a big risk zone. I imagine it's going to get narrowed down as we go forward. But this is a classic spring plains setup. So it'll be fun to talk about. There's a slight chance that I just chase it because I'm going to be out there anyways. Okay, we have no tornado warnings now. We have 0 tornado warnings. We are down to 0. We're going to give it another little while to see if that we get a new one. I'm sure we will. Pebble Size Hill near Tyrone, Georgia. Look at that. That looks. Some of those look a little larger than marbles, maybe. Here's a broad view of everything that's going on. Bunch of severe thunderstorms closing in on the Atlanta area. And just a ton of rain. No tornado warnings right now. So let's very briefly go over the forecast. Let's do it. Look at the GFS first. Models. Boom. Upper air wind. Let's look at the trough. The shape of the trough. That's what matters. Okay, so as we get into Thursday and Friday of next week, what's going to happen is we're going to see this huge ridge on Thursday. Okay, it's going to get hot down here in the south central U.S., even the eastern U.S. Lots of Gulf of Mexico moisture is going to come up into this area. And then check it out, bowling ball coming into the west coast. This is a trough filled with cold air. It's going to swing in and collide with the warm air and then cause a huge, more than likely, outbreak of severe thunderstorms. And that's going to push farther to the east as time goes on. Might even cause a problem along the east coast if the storms can persist into Saturday. But right now, we're almost certain that we're going to see severe weather on Thursday and Friday out ahead of this trough ejection, okay? This is a big sweeping storm system. Look at that on the preset map. You can kind of see better how that storm's going to start off over there in California, bringing more snow and rain, and then it's going to traverse over the Rockies, the plateaus, and then boom, we've got a huge calm ahead, classic mid-latitude cyclone here with heavy snow up here in portions of Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin on Saturday, and then bringing a lot of heavy rain off to the East Coast as well. So that's going to be a big-time widespread deal. Now, the severe weather is more than likely going to be kind of limited to actually, no, never mind. This is huge. This is a big Cape zone for late March, early April. So there could be severe storms popping up all up and down this line. That's going to be a field day for storm chasers. Dew points, yeah, big dry line setup. Look at that. Honestly, it's been a while since we've had like this. You guys know, Tornado Alley, the old fashioned severe weather outbreaks before every single one of them was in Mississippi. This is what severe weather used to look like back in the 90s. And it's back. It looks like, I don't know. This might change, but that's definitely a classic severe weather setup right there that will take us into the weekend. Let's look at the Euro. What's the European model showing? Is it as robust with the warm sector? Does it even make it out that far? Oh, it does. Okay, yeah, it's as robust. The trough is not, though. Yeah, that's a little bit of a weaker trough. Still though, big time storm there. Yeah, very interesting. It'll be fun to track this one and see how it plays out. Right now, it does look like there will be severe weather. That's all I can tell you, though. I cannot tell you how it's going to affect your specific city or backyard yet. We are too far out from that. Just know those general slight risk zones are under the gun for potential severe weather on Thursday and Friday. And yeah, one of the reasons why I might storm chase that is because I'm already going to be right here Thursday. I mean, look how close Texas is. I mean, here's where I am usually, right? I'm going to drive all the way down here, and there's going to be a storm over here. I mean, which one's closer, here or here? In fact, it'll be impossible for me to cover this storm if I'm driving back, right? So I got to drive towards it. No, I don't know for sure if I'm going to do that or not. I'm sure after a week of being in a tornado disaster zone, I'm probably going to want to come home, see my wife and kid. And I'm bringing a bunch of people along with me. I'm sure they're going to want to come home. We'll see. We'll see. Still seeing some big-time storms sweeping across Alabama. No tornado warnings right now, but we got several severe thunderstorm warnings, big hail, damaging winds moving from the areas just south of Birmingham down through Meridian, Mississippi, points east. Montgomery, Alabama, you're getting ready to get it. All right, you're getting ready to get a bunch of big storms. Atlanta, you're getting ready to get it. And then eventually tonight, Macon and Columbus, Georgia, you guys are also going to get in on that. Yeah, I am going to Mississippi tomorrow because of the tornado outbreak that happened and the amazing support that you guys gave. We got in just a couple of hours, we raised like $100,000 through you guys buying stuff from shopryanhall.com, mostly the stickers. A lot of you, that's 90%, well, 99% of it really. And then, so like you could pick your own price on the sticker. Very quickly, we had $100,000 in funds. We have more than that now, but what we're doing is we're trying to allocate everything to different spots. So we're driving down to Vicksburg as soon as I end this stream, pretty much. Well, not Vicksburg. We're driving down to different areas, but we're going to start in eastern Mississippi tomorrow. We're dropping off, $15,000 worth of supplies, generators, chainsaws, all that good stuff. We've got these backpacks, and we filled them full of toys, because obviously we have a ton of like useful stuff, right? We have chainsaws, paper towels, cleaning supplies, yada yada yada. But a lot of people are homeless and literally everything that they own has been blown away. That includes children. So, we've got the backpacks just full of toys. We've got no weather radios. We got like $15,000 or $20,000 worth of weather radios that we're going to be given to local officials so that they can then hand out to the citizens of the area so that they can feel better about the situation. A lot of people have extreme tornado anxiety after getting hit by a tornado, obviously. And a lot of people say, man, I didn't hear the sirens. I'm so scared. Like, how could this happen? I didn't hear the sirens. Well, if you have one of those, you don't have to worry about it. So we're giving those out. What else? Oh, yeah, we're teaming up with a nonprofit called Marco's Patriots to feed people. We're going to give them, $15,000, $20,000. And we should be able to feed thousands of people for free. With that, we're going to set up somewhere around the command center where all the emergency responders are, and of course where people are coming in to get supplies. So people have lost everything, they can come there, get a free meal, probably for several days. Same thing for all of the first responders and search and rescue people. There's an animal shelter that we're going to go give a big check to that got damaged. A fire department. And a couple of outstanding citizens that we're going to go visit and hopefully help them out too. And that's not even it. Like we've been up to almost 24/7 since the tornado hit, planning this and getting everything right because we definitely don't want to let you guys down. I couldn't do any of this if it wasn't for you. So we want to make sure we do it right this time so that inevitably when there is another disaster, we can do it again even better. Indianapolis looks fine. Looks fine. Albany, Georgia. Yeah, you guys are going to get some weather tonight. It's not going to be terrible. You're going to get some storms. The tornado and the flooding threat is on the lower end for you, though. Will you be filming this in Mississippi? Yes, because we've always done this after every big storm. We've always done like, hey, like let's raise some money and like let's help out. And we've done that for Hurricane Ian. We've done it for a couple of different places, and it's worked really well. The local people they are so thankful for it. But I don't think many people even know that we do it, other than the people that we help, because we don't post it. We don't talk about it a lot, and that's fine. Obviously, it's good to do good things and not brag and boast about it. But what I'm realizing is the more I talk about it, the more good things I can do. The only reason anybody knows me at all or anything that I'm doing here is because I sit here and talk on YouTube. So we're bringing like a daggone, not like a film crew, but we're bringing a couple people just to hold cameras so we can document the whole process and put it on YouTube so you guys can see what's going on, and then hopefully raise awareness around how useful it is and how quick we're able to do the things we're getting ready to do.
Hey, Ryan.
Should be a good video.
It's Brad. I am just west of Laurel on Highway 84, pretty much between Collins and Laurel. Watching this cell that has actually gotten going pretty good. Lightning has increased in it substantially, and also it went from about a 30,000 foot top to about 45,000 just west of Laurel. According to the SIGTORs, this is where the highest parameter would be, right on this area behind that leading squall line. So I'm wondering if it may have ingested a boundary right there. We need to watch that one closely.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Brad's right here, and he's on this supercell that is trying. It's on the tail end, Charlie. It's trying to rotate down there. Now, it's not succeeding very well, but this is a baby storm, right? So we're going to see if it can kind of get its act together. Unfortunately, Laurel, Mississippi, you are in the path of this. Laurel, we've been talking about you all day. Absolutely no breaks from you. So Brad's going to help us keep an eye on this storm, and we're going to keep you updated on it. Once again, still no tornado warnings. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, though. 9 total. $30,000 to 45,000 feet. Yeah, these things blow up fast. More energy in that storm than most bombs. Our biggest ones. On the local news yesterday, they interviewed people that were hit, and they said they couldn't get baby formula. Yep, we've got a bunch of baby formula. We've got tons of it. We're going to be giving it away down there when we get there. We've got just about everything you can need. Diapers, feminine products, food, flashlights, I don't know. We just literally, we went in the store and we just filled up all the buggies. And honestly, when you really think about it, there's not a lot of stuff in a store. $30,000 clears out a good portion of a store. Not all of it, obviously, but like in the necessities aisle. I guess it'd be different if we were buying gaming PCs. The lightning with these storms is nuts tonight. Atlanta, you've got a big storm coming in. It looks like it's definitely got some hail with it. So get ready, downtown Atlanta. This there's a severe thunderstorm warning is on the way. Don't forget sanitary products. We got it. Clorox. I mean, like we got everything. Not literally. I'm sure there's some things that we probably weren't able to get or overlooked, but we got a little bit of everything. Can you explain why fronts often die off before they get to the southeast coast? They just, I mean, it's just like any other wave, right? If you have a tub of water or something and you slap your hand down in it, right next to where your hand lands, the wave's really high, and then the farther away it gets, the less intense it gets. So the slamming down of the hands is a low pressure system deepening or something, and a lot of times that happens in the Central Plains where cold air from Canada or on the Rockies meets up with warm air from the Gulf of Mexico. Holy smokes! I gotta ask Brad if he's got his pants. Still got your pants after that one? He's gonna have no idea what I'm talking about because I'm sure he hasn't heard the other the guys say that. Anyways, what in the world was I even talking about? Do you remember?
Oh!
Yeah.
That was probably, both of those were probably about 100 to 200 yards away from me. This thing is blowing up right on top of me.
That was definitely close. I want you guys to understand that Brad's camera on my screen is like this big, and I saw that. Oh my goodness. And this storm is blowing up right on top of him. And it's organizing. Look at this. Look at this. You see that? Watch the left side. Notice how the storm was kind of flat, and now, you know, like you see the pattern recognition here. If this continues to, you know, amplify and get bigger, we'll see the forward flank get larger. And then we have another opportunity for this to kind of dangle and potentially produce a rotating mesocyclone down here. Not saying that's going to happen, but definitely the most, you know, concerning looking storm of the night right now. Yeah, we got to watch that one. We got to watch that one. Guess what else we got to watch? A big storm with big hail moving into Atlanta. It's already in the southwestern side of Atlanta. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for downtown Atlanta. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75 inch in diameter hail. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Let's inspect that closer. Whoa. Atlanta. Is there... I was going to see if there was anything going on there with a camera, but I don't see anything. Definitely a big storm coming into Atlanta. If you guys know anybody in downtown Atlanta, I would let them know. That's definitely going to bring some big hail, some strong winds. Currently happening in Cascade Heights down to East Point. Downtown Atlanta, though, is going to get in on some of the big-time precip here soon, though. Big time hailstorm. Atlanta. If anybody's watching in Atlanta, only do so when you can safely. But please send me your pictures and videos of the storm and the aftermath, the hail size on Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all make sure you tag the National Weather Service too. And I'll relay that. And of course, I am going to start winding down here. I'm tired. I've been up for 2 days straight, pretty much planning our recovery efforts in Mississippi. We're leaving out very soon, and I've got to sleep for at least a second. So at some point here, I've got to wrap up the coverage and hand it off to Andy. But I kind of want to stick around for a little while longer to see what happens with this storm. Brad Arnold's on it. Remember, Brad Arnold is the tornado sniffer. Like, he knows where they are. He knows where they're going to be. Tornadoes get Brad Arnold warnings. And he's here. And this storm is doing the thing. So we got to watch it. Now, even when I'm in the stream, Andy's going to be watching it too, right? So it's not like you'll be left in the dark or anything. But I'm just genuinely curious and interested in what's getting ready to happen here, and I want to make sure that we don't leave right when things get started, you know? I'm going to be sitting here for a little bit anyways. Might as well sit here with Yins. Or y'all. Sometimes I say yins, sometimes I say y'all. You never heard me say yins? I say yins all the time. That's why they call me Ryan Hall Yins. Tweet coming in from Ellie of the flooding in Thomaston, Georgia, already receiving major flooding out here. That's not good. Oh my God, that's not good at all, because that's going to get a lot worse. There's a whole lot more rain coming to that area. Thanks for sending that in, Ellie. Yeah, that's some major flooding for sure. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. Don't know what's going to happen with this one either. All I know is that pretty much no matter what now, the main threat for the rest of the night does become the flooding threat. We've still got the ongoing tornado threat, absolutely. But the flooding threat, that's going to be the one that we have to watch. Lots of nickel and dime size hail in Tyrone, Georgia, south of Atlanta. So that's what downtown Atlanta should be experiencing now. If you're in Atlanta and you're not experiencing hail yet, this is about what you're going to see in the next little bit. Downtown Atlanta, though, I mean, it's right on you. So as the night goes on, the low-level jet will continue to ramp up, and wherever the outflow from these storms has yet to kill all of the instability that's in place, that's where tornadoes could happen. But the farther we go into the night, the more those outflows, the more ground those outflow boundaries will cover, and the less instability there will be. So hopefully that happens and we don't see any tornadoes. Yeah, we gotta continue watching that storm over here near Laurel all throughout the night. That's something that Andy is going to be able to handle for you. We got the big hailstorm going on in Atlanta right now. I appreciate you guys sending me your pictures and videos. Remember, only do that if you can do so safely. But yeah, I don't think we're done tonight. I think that we've got a lot more severe weather to go. Golf ball size hail moving into Atlanta right now. Now, after the hail's done in Atlanta, the threat becomes almost immediately like rain and terrible flooding. So get ready if you are in or around Atlanta for a big time flooding situation. And also, right now, I'm sure the Atlanta airport is a mess.
A new tornado
And we've got a
warning
new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning. Ooh, I see why.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we got some rotation right here near Catherine. That's embedded in the line. That's not a supercellular tornadic thing. That's a QLCS is what we call it. It's embedded in a line. So that there could be a tornado here. Let me show you closer up. Or could be a tornado here near Catherine, moving towards Gastonburg, Alberta, and Rehoboth. Once again, another example of something that Andy's going to have the ability to track for us. Guys, I got to go. I got to go say bye to my wife and to my kid and get ready to spend some time down there in Mississippi helping the people recover from the horrible tornado outbreak that we went through the other day. I appreciate every single one of you. The severe weather is going to continue into the night, even when I end my stream. But as soon as I end my stream, you're going to be automatically transported to Andy's channel. You don't even have to do anything. Just in case, though, our mods should put the link to Andy's channel in the chat. You guys can continue tracking the weather with him. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for everything. And don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Because Andy's going to pop up. And whenever you guys get over to Andy's channel, I want you to flood him with a ton of love and support. What you guys have been giving me, show Andy that kind of support too. We love Andy, and we want to make sure that he sticks around on YouTube. So, okay, yeah, and make sure you subscribe to his channel, turn notifications on, and all that good stuff. All right, okay. Thank you. I'll have lots of video updates on our trip tomorrow on Twitter. Follow me over there. Bye. Bye.